now. Whoops. Yep, need a microphone. Hello, guys. It's Thursday, January 5th. If you want to get a hold of me on Twitter, it's EdRedBenTrader. If you want to learn more about the algo, you can email my coach, Simon, tradeandperform@gmail.com. Oops, what's going on here? I do not have this centered. There we go. That's better. Okay, so what we are looking at here on the left is the 24-tick Renko chart of the NASDAQ, and on the right is a smaller time frame, a 15-tick Renko chart. Okay, just to show you what this looks like without all the studies. Take another height. Okay, so far, what we've done today, beginning overnight, we had a pop overnight that came right up to a prominent previous POC, not yesterday's, but a prominent one from like last week. Rejected beautifully. I had a target there overnight, but got a little anxious and exited because I didn't want to give back. But I still got a good trade, but it actually hit my target almost perfectly. And then rejected all like just rolled down, right? Note that we went right through all of the levels here. Oh, I didn't move my point of control. Mother. Hold on. This is kind of important. So every morning I move all this stuff. And I just noticed, oh, fuck, I didn't want to do that. That's okay. I don't even know how to get that back other than just make a new one. Is there like an unhide? I'll find it later. It's okay. So I'll just make a new one. It is here to here. Okay, so that is our current, or sorry, that's yesterday's point of control. Oh, and that's a natural target when you gap down. If we get some buy pressure, we might get a natural. The natural target would be back to yesterday's point of control. And then we can also look here at yesterday. See how it's like it's kind of unusual. Like looking the profile, it's not really a P, but it's also not neutral. And the reason it's asymmetrical is what I'm trying to say. And so usually with asymmetrical, like this too, asymmetrical, right? When you have asymmetrical profiles, especially when they're open still. Generally what you should expect is that you're going to come back and you're going to make this a normal day, like a normal distribution day, right? So this little low volume node here is probably worth noting. And that started from back here. So that's going to get marked as a low volume node. Okay, we do have single prints still up here. Right? Oh no, the double prints. We're good there. Looks like that's it. We got under this excess, and then put in more down here. So these are single prints, but there's also a previous LVN below it. So that's previous point of control too. So there was also a prominent point of control here. Right? So here this one was a prominent point of control as well. So we can, I already have it, 10-8-30. So yeah, that was also an important level. So if we don't have to do the whole day, but just very quickly after the drop, here, let me do it without all the studies because I'll get to that in a minute. So the drop came right to that 10-8-30, that previous prominent POC. And then it bounced, right? And it came into here. I'm going to show you how we could have found this little green zone as well as this green zone. Remember, the blue is the POC way up here from yesterday, right? So we're way under the POC. This green zone here it would be support if we could get over it and retest it. Until then, it's resistance. Sorry about the fighter planes. The red, if we lose it, it'll be resistance and it's bearish. But as long as we can stay above it, it can act as support. All right, so these are just support resistance areas, and then the dashed lines are the voodoo range levels. So you can see the low was almost exactly at the 10-8, 1575 Buddha range level. That happens a lot. And then when they swing over it and they release it, you want to look for a sell on a retest right there. That's how I would have traded that, hopefully. But notice here it comes back to the prominent POC, double bottoms. I got a little piece of this, but I did not hold it till the top, and then it came to the Buddha range level, tested above, rejected, and we've just been tightening in here. So there's not a whole lot to do at the very moment, right? Trading wise, because we don't have any range, so the price action is not very good. But it gives me a good opportunity to do some teaching and learning by putting in some new ideas. So this morning, I've been watching something. I'm not going to get into exactly how to build any of these signals, right? But the way they all work is they're looking at things like the profile and like all the information on like this screen, or they're looking at the time and sales, or something like the DOM, like the current DOM, right? It's looking. All of these signals are telling me that something's happening there that either suggests aggression, which would be like a star or a diamond or a dot. Actually, the dot's divergence. That's not aggression, but star, diamonds, inside, or so the inside diamonds. This one's actually volume anomaly, but primarily star, diamonds, and then the orange or the green bars are all. We're going to consider all of those signs of aggression. Hold on, this actually might have been an entry. It's only pink, so if we can get a pullback and then another pink, oh, they might not give it to us. What we want is we want to pull back through this. Oh, we already got another one. Shoot, I didn't see there was another triangle. That was the entry, I guess. But if we can pull back in here and then come back up with another triangle, unless, hold on. Where's the dominant wave? Right here is the dominant wave. We have not taken that out. Yeah, so if we can get a pullback and then bounce again with the triangle that's pink, it'll probably be pretty fast. But well, the new signal are these X's. There's white and there's yellow, like this. Oops. Yellow. Okay. I'm not going to go into exactly how to build it, but I'm going to show you how I think they're going to work. It's a brand new signal. I have not tested it enough to know whether or not I've not actually traded it with real money yet, but I've been watching it, and so far what seems to work, there's two ways to use them. One way to use them, well, hold on, let me see if we get the pink triangle up. Oh, it looks like we won't. So, we'd have to retrace it first, I forgot. So the first way you can use it is if you have dominance. In other words, if you know it's bullish, and one way to know that would be if you look at this sell wave here, the gray one, and then you look at the next wave that's green, if it gets higher on this green wave than the down wave, then you know it's dominant, right? Otherwise, if you just have another way to know that it's trending, that works too. That works too. So if you already knew that it was bullish, and you start seeing these X's show up at support like this, it's got to be at support. Then those can be immediate entries. And the stop, it looks like, can go usually right underneath it, or at least at a swing low, a nearby swing low, but usually right underneath it, as long as it's at support. The problem with buying them when they show up here, if like we got one up here, is you'd have to put your stop under support, and that's a pretty big stop. So it's still bullish, but you have to put your stop under support. The other way to use these, here's if it was bearish, this X would give us an extension down. So if that happens, well, that probably means it's bearish. But if you look at the dominance of the waves recently, it was bearish, and then here it changed to bullish. See that? So after this 3-bar wave, and then after that had a, oops, let me take off the, there, that'll work. So right there, if you look real close, it got over the top. See that? There's a little bit more green than there was in white. And on this big time frame, that's enough. It's not a buy, but it's now, there's all sorts of new trades, more aggressive continuation trades I can take now. And one of the new ones, I believe, is the white X. So let's see, do we get one? I guess I could have checked before to see if we got one. But this would be the sign that it's time to consider being bullish, right? Preferably at support. Now, I realized that was then beat by bears, and so you'd say, well, then wouldn't you want to be bearish? Well, only at resistance, right? And this did not occur at resistance, unless the big picture is bearish. Yeah, it's pretty balanced, but possibly. So it could get a little confusing. You have to be in a place that you actually want to trade, right? So if I would say that this is probably still bullish, but then clearly you know here, right? Okay, back to bull, and bulls are in charge. Okay. Oh, you got the dot with the triangle in that condition is also, we already knew about that one, but that's a good signal. See, this is going the wrong direction. Oh, did this get trapped back in? No. Darn, didn't quite. Oh, there's one. Come back. No, I missed it. I wasn't paying attention. That's an entry. We can try to get it inside. Let's see if I can get a pullback, and we'll take it. If it'll give it to me. I need to go back into that range. There we go.
Order filled.
And then my stop, don't take my stop, is like 58. It does not have to be very long, very big. I'll go just under 58. Oh, come on, my apex isn't working? Oh, shit. There we go. Okay, it's working. Wow, laggy. Wow, it's really laggy, you guys. That's not good. All right, so yeah, I got in. I'm just going to try to scalp this because it's a small time frame. But I'm giving an example of how this works. You know it's bullish. And so now these extra signals are going to be more likely to work. Come on, 2 more ticks. Give me 10 points.
Order canceled.
Okay, got it. Okay, I'll see if I can get another one. Guys, got it. All right, got 2. Awesome. So, quick $555. That's a good feeling. Oh, I got to switch accounts. That's right. Oh, no, I don't. No, I don't. That's the bigger one that I just started. All right. Normally, if I'm trading my 100K account, then I switch to the next one. Okay. I was talking about the X's. So, yeah, easy way is just like that. If this would have been an X and not this combo of the blue with the star, because that's fine too. The X or the blue with the star, when it's bullish, they're both going to give me these lifts, right? The other thing that works then is if you have a pink bar in the area to the left and it got taken out, right? You got under it, and then you print another pink bar with a triangle. So see how there's a pink bar in its range from before? There's actually 2 of them. This one got retraced and then came back and gave another pink with a triangle. That's an entry. And then this one got retraced and came back in with a pink triangle. That's an entry. Only when it's bullish, right? You will get absolutely destroyed if you try to do this on a trend down. So understand that that's not how this works. You need to be able to assess whether or not it's bullish or not. There's many ways to do that, right? One way might be to look, we talked about last night, if you were with me staying up late, probably not because you're probably still sleeping because you're a normal human being who gets sleep, is we talked about using things like OBV and RSI to confirm. So like here at 10:852, they both started rising together after tagging each other here, right? So 52, it's not an entry because they didn't cross the 0 line, but it's a notification that it's soon going to be time. And that was right here, right? We got the notification, we got the trigger to get long immediately on the 15 tick. But even if you didn't get that, you got it here when I got in and I got a good 15 points or whatever that was. It was 12 maybe. I split it into 2. 70. I don't remember what my last exit was, but it was up here somewhere. Maybe it was 10 points. It might have been 8 and 10. I thought I tried to get 12. I don't remember. But yeah, so that's the first way to use those X's. The new signal is just add it to the repertoire of things that can get us with the trend once dominance is established, right? Somewhere lower, they had to have gotten either more volume or on another way, like you have to have another way to identify a trend, maybe clear higher highs and higher lows. It's another way to identify a trend, right? There's lots of ways to do it. RSI, OBV, stochastics, I don't care what you do, right? But find something that can tell you that I only want to be bullish. And here, as an example, I don't know that I only want to be bullish, really, until like this one looks good, but then they take out the, wow, they're really flying today. Sorry, guys. They take out the low, and he's like, just fly. They're always up there because I'm by the Air Force Base, but they're not always over my house like this. Usually it's not till lunchtime. Not used to having them this early. They must be doing some sort of a special training. But it gets underneath it, and so you have to be a little careful now until you get another one, because you've basically taken out that support of the wave that was so good. So dominant plus that dominance was the very top. So those guys are potentially trapped as well. So there is some nuance to it if you're going to use the volume way to do it, the volume waves to do it. But you can see, if nothing else, you would know what happened here. If nothing else, you would know again right here on this bar, this white bar, you'd know again to start looking for long. So yes, you'd miss the apex, but if you can get other signals like the X's or the blue dot with the star or lined up with the star, you can get, so blue dot lined up with a star, good to go, or pink bar lined up with a pink bar with the diamond or the triangle, good to go, right? Especially if it's triangle, pink bar, pull back, triangle, pink bar, but this one was a little bit too early. So you would have had to take this one and put your stop down here. So smaller risk. And then as long as this holds, right, that's where we found all the volume. God, they just don't stop. As long as this holds, you can test under it, but you don't want to put any volume under it. And so see how they can't even test it? So it's still bullish. So now dot X, that usually will work, but you really want it at the bottom of the channel preferably. So if it doesn't work, it's because it runs into resistance. Here's another one, right? So, but that one does not stop out, so you never get behind it. That one's an entry. And then there's dominance right here, right? So now we can move our support or our stops to here, and then that one's an entry. And that one's an entry that we took, right? And nothing's changed. So we're not going to be ultra bearish now all of a sudden just because we see a bearish bar or a bearish wave. Because look at that wave. It's got no, it's not dominant to this one. Now you could say, but this one is. This one here is dominant to this one, right? And that's true. So it's probably balance. And if you want, you can say, well, as long as we don't take this out, I could probably take shorts also, as long as they set up at resistance. Pink bar followed by a star or an orange bar is also an entry you can take if it's bearish. And the inverse of that is a purple bar immediately followed by a green bar. Now this one, the purple bar was 2 to the left, not 1 to the left, so it's not perfect. But we got the X to confirm, and so that one would have got us in if we would have been ready. But I was not, so I was setting up the stream. But that's okay because I caught this one. And like, if you're trading with size, like you don't need to catch everything, right? As long as you have a high win rate. So now this tiny little time frame is going to flip bullish to bearish often. So if that's too fast for you, or if you just want like better risk reward, well then you do it here. And so here, dominance started here, right? And so this one is your entry, and the white is kind of like your stop. Yeah, it is your stop. But you don't know it's bearish for sure unless this dominant wave gets volume put in underneath. And then on the higher time frame, there's more support here. And then you can see that we put in a weaker down wave, right, than the buy wave. And then we put in is it a divergent wave? Did it go higher? It went slightly higher, I believe. Maybe not. Maybe equal. But it's a weaker volume. So that's the first sign of some weakness, right? But notice the next bar has not yet overtaken this. So on this time frame, I would need that high, the volume from that from this move here. I'd need that to get taken over, kind of like this one took over this one to the high, before I would really have any confidence that I'd want to take shorts on this time frame, right? So I would probably miss pink bar followed by diamond. I would probably miss that trade. I would skip it, right? And I'd also miss this X giving the extension. That would be skipped as well because bears are not dominant. It doesn't mean it can't work. It just won't work often. Okay, the other way you can use these, I think, I'm not certain about this, but I believe the other way you can use it, I'm testing it, is once you get one, if you can get behind it with a bar that's not pink or purple, and you can get this yellow line to get behind it. So in other words, if I can get this yellow line here to rise above the high of the bar with the X. So, oops. So if we can get it above that, but the yellow line has to get up there on a bullish bar, they are trapped. And any pullback can probably be bought. And then inversely, if we have a white one, like this, and we get the yellow VPOC line behind the low on a bar that's not purple, any pullback can pretty much be bought. It can be sold. Oh, we put in another one here. I missed that. See, it's fast. This one, even if it's slow PA, if you're not totally paying attention, you'll miss it. So we have to ask, is it still bullish? Well, there was a dominant wave way back here, and we have not taken out that support. So technically it is bullish. Still, we're putting in higher lows. See that? So you could technically buy this too. Yeah, you could technically buy that too. I already feel like I caught a piece, so I'm gonna wait, but I'm pretty sure it's valid because this is not dominant. Wow, they just won't stop. Okay, now it's dominant. Now you want to stop being bullish. Oh, X. So that's probably gonna break down unless they trap over that. So sorry about the planes, you guys. They're just usually you get like 1 an hour, and they are just. I don't know what they're doing up there. Okay, dominant bear. That was your short if you wanted to take the breakdown. I didn't. But notice how now we've gotten a bar that's not purple underneath this X. That means we can probably short pullbacks. Dude, my windows are rattling. They're so close. Jeez. They might not give us the pullback. And that's okay. We'll just wait. Notice here on the bigger time frame, the bears. Oh, maybe not. Hold on. Did they get more volume than this? Oh, hold on, guys. Okay. Let's So yeah, we really would prefer to short back in the range of this X that got trapped, but it doesn't always happen. You don't always get the opportunity, I mean. And then we want to watch over here and see if there's any X's to get trapped on this higher time frame, because that'll be even more significant, right? Because on the higher time frame, then you could have additional opportunities. But in my opinion, what this tells me is that I probably don't want to buy a trap down here now, because I have bears trapping bulls on that smaller time frame. So chances are once they get here, it's going to roll over. So I don't really want to be a buyer down here now, right? That's the benefit of it. Even if you didn't catch the short at the because the X here, it wasn't this little star X is what that is. It looks like a double X. It's a star with an X. It's pretty strong by itself as long as it's bearish. And so if you identified this as bearish, you could just short it. But I don't usually take breakdowns like that right into support. So I want a pullback, and then preferably a sign of aggression to push us lower. I'd like to get into the range of that trap candle, but we might not, because see where the volume is? The yellow line is where the VPOC is of the bar, and it's way at the bottom of that bar. So that's going to act as resistance. Here, I'll do it like this. That's our resistance. So it's a little bit nerve-wracking, because if we get a bullish bar with a VPOC above that, it's going to chop in here. And then if we get because this one's got an X, if we get a bullish close with a VPOC above the purple line, it's going to squeeze. Because remember, this is a tiny little time frame, right? This is for scalping like 8 to 10 points at a time. The bigger time frame here, you had a successful seller here suggesting that it might be bearish, but now we've returned to support. So it's tricky when it gets this tight. And the problem here, the reason why this probably sounds confusing, is because look at the range we're trading in. Yeah. This is what we're doing. We're tightening, right? And the more overlapping you get, the more like choppy and difficult this is going to be. And so this is a good place, if you were with me last night, to start looking at your indicators and be like, okay, do I have any reason to think that this is going to continue? Well, look at the red volume waves here. They're still clearly dropping. So there's no volume supporting this move to the upside. And we've gotten all these lines crossing down. Now, the one saving grace is purple is rising, but it hasn't even hit the zero line yet. So I'm guessing we get a lift, but it actually might fail, is what that would suggest. But you don't know for sure. They could just trap shorts and then it'd be over. They did come into this red support, right? But levels alone or zones alone are not good enough for me to trade. I'm not just going to buy it because it's at support. I need an actual pattern that I can identify systematically and backtest and know that if I buy that every time in this condition, most of the time I win. I obviously want that to set up at support, but just being at support is not enough. Not if I'm trading with leverage like this, right? I don't want to lose $700 because it had to come back a second time or something. Because think about it, I want to be able to put my stop right here under the bar, and if it came down and tagged 30 and then ran, I'm going to be pissed, right? If I took that trade. So in this case, I just don't have a setup. I mean, I guess it may have come back into this. It's pretty close. But I did not identify this as very bullish, so I skipped it. But see what I was talking about, how you've got this tiny little resistance, right? And it just rips right through it. And so we don't want to short that unless we actually see aggression. Now we've put in a bar that closed bullish above, oh wait, we have not. It's got to be above this purple. So, this is, what I expect here is balance. Some sort of chop here. If this was heavy enough, you might have gotten divergence, and then maybe it's okay. But I didn't get divergence here. But that's the only way I can just buy at support, is if it's like a heavy drop and you get delta divergence and then a sign of aggression immediately. You can usually get like 5 to 8 points there. So remember, if we get that yellow line, it's got to be the yellow line above the purple line on a bar that's not pink, but it's bullish, so white or green. Then shorts are trapped, and this could actually squeeze. And basically any dip. There we go. Now it's got to close bullish. There. Shorts are stuck. Do not short. Get out of your short. Right? It's probably going to squeeze. It may pull back for us and set up down here. This is where I want to get long, is right there. Now, I know we don't have dominance yet, right? But this new signal works a lot. So let's see. We shall see. My guess is we pull back and then squeeze. But I can't just buy it. I got to wait for a setup. But that would be my read based on the fact that we got under this X with a star, which looks like a double X, and then got over it with volume. Pretty sure that suggests that they are trapped down here. Now it is on a tiny time frame, so you'd have to look and say, well, where do you want to buy to make sure that you're not buying into resistance on a higher time frame? And the one problem is on the higher time frame, we have another X right here, right? And so really we need to break above 85 to get more than like a 10-point squeeze. So what I'd prefer is to get a pullback, so maybe we can get a 20-point squeeze. I hope that makes sense. It's like we're getting the notification that sellers are probably trapped down here because they got really, really aggressive, and then we retraced and pushed volume above them. So now it could just drop, right? We don't just want to buy this. We need a sign of aggression that shows that shorts are anxiously exiting, and we want to see it in speed. We want to see it with speed. We don't just want to see like bonk, 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 right? It should be like, it shouldn't take like an hour for this to resolve. It should be a heavy push down and then a aggressive push back up. Now that we've gotten that yellow up there, but it doesn't have to happen. And if it doesn't happen, that's okay. It's just no trade, right? You don't lose anything. We're just going to wait. And then what we really want to have, what we really want right now is one more bearish bar with low volume, and then a big explosive bull bar or bull wave. That would be perfect. So we got the pink triangle here, and I identified this potential bullish scenario. So if we get pullback through that pink triangle, and then another pink triangle up, or pink bar with a white triangle up, that's definitely a buy for me. And that's on the higher time frame, so I could target like 88 with that, maybe higher. I'd still take my profit at 10, but I'd have maybe two runners in that scenario, because it's higher time frame and I've got confirmation that I may be squeezing, but I need that second triangle with on the pink bar to confirm it. And I'd really prefer that it actually travels below this first. And that way, when the pink bar comes, it's like, it's real clear that they are rejecting the lows. What I don't want to do is get long here and then get swept out of my long only to see them go. I want to be the one that catches it when everyone else gives up, right? Or just after everyone else gives up and someone decided to take a stand. So I need to wait for the sellers to actually put some aggressive energy into this, preferably, before committing anything. Because big picture, I mean, here on this time frame, it's not very bullish looking, right? Like we made a lower high. I can't even tell. I think it's an even high, and then a lower low on this. But if you look bigger, it's just a range, right? And we're just getting tighter and tighter and tighter. So could we come down here and test underneath? Absolutely. But if we reject that and then rip, because this tiny time frame had a signal, like this is still valid even if it happens down here, right? If we go all the way down aggressively, and then right as we get under this low, someone comes in and buys it aggressively, now that's a good place. Now that's confirmed as a good spot to take a shot, just because of this yellow line getting above the purple. I'd prefer it doesn't go that low, but it's fine if it does. It just has to reject lower. If the yellow line goes below this low on a bearish bar that's not purple, it's trouble. Oh shit, I gotta get ready. That's a pink bar. Come on. Oh,
Order filled.
I freaking missed my first click. Wow, that was close. Okay, where's my... So I got in. I'm long. We're going to try it at 52. It's a little bit sketchy because we didn't get that pullback yet. Right? I really wanted to get this cleaned up, the pink bar. But this is a strong enough signal. All three of these signals is a strong enough signal for me as long as it's bullish. And look at where the low was. Right where that aggressive guy was earlier. Right where all the volume was. So that just made sense to me. And so I was able to get it for a 10-point stop. So I went ahead and took it with 3. I know it's kind of fast, but it was a light pullback right into that level, and then did you see how fast it was? That's what I really want to make sure you see. And the diamond here is identifying that for me, that there was significant speed and aggression in that bar. That's what we want to see. We'd prefer, it might stop me, we'd prefer to see it after a push to the downside, and this might not have been enough of a push to the downside, but generally when you're looking for this kind of thing, I want to see that diamond, or on the DOM, it's just like suddenly the character changes and everyone's anxiously making trades, right? That's what that diamond, and then to the other side, it's red. The red diamond inside. Right there, this one. This red diamond inside is the same exact thing to the downside. Go, go, go. Oh, they just missed my exit. I did not get filled on my partial. We only got 8. I didn't get 10. We need just a little higher. A little more. Potential's there. Not gonna mess with it. Just gotta wait. It either works or it doesn't at this point. The problem is, the only issue is that I found the pattern on a very small time frame. And so really the best case scenario is just to get like 2 more bars up, and this almost did that. And then anything more than that is just like frosting on the cake, right? But that frosting is only going to show up if we also have support on this higher time frame. And that, you could say that's debatable if they can't. Oh wait, did they close this higher? They did. So no, I think we're good. We got confirmation that we have bullish volume on the higher time frame. So I think we're good to just hold it. I will take profits at 10 though. Yeah. But I will hold 2 runners. So I'm only taking a third off, assuming we get to 10. It may need one more pullback, right? And that's just the risk we take. You don't know if it's going to need 1 or 2, so I'll probably take them both, honestly. If they set up.
Order canceled.
There we go. So I got my 10. Let's see if we can get 12.
Order canceled.
All right, 12. Now let's just hold the other one and see what we can do, right? Let's just potentially turn this into a monster day. I'm going to leave my stop where it is. I'm not touching it, not trailing it, nothing, right? We're just going to see what happens. Because my risk is paid. It's 2/3 out, right? And I had a 10-point risk. And I got 1 out at 10 and 1 out at 12. So my risk is completely paid. And then some. It will be a green trade no matter what. Not even break even. It'll be green. So at this point, that last runner is just, let's see what we can do, right? And it may do nothing. It may come all the way back, and then my trade is just a 12-point trade. And that's okay. But the times when it goes 50 points, you want to get paid. And there's just no other way to get that to work, honestly, than to just hold. And so the only other thing to think about at this point is you can look at your candle chart and you can say, okay, do my indicators confirm that I might be lifting? And I'd say yes. See that bounce off the line there? That's actually the zero line. They're just not aligned right now. There, see? Bounce. What I want this purple bar, this purple line to break over the zero line, and then it can go a lot higher. Otherwise, it might just chug around here. This lower one having lots of room and rising is great, and seeing green rather than red is great. So all of those things look good on this 15-minute time frame. I could then switch and see a higher time frame, and what we'd see is balance, where this line is above it, but everything else is below it. Although look, everything's rising together. Same thing here. They're all rising together. Oh, but there's nothing on the top. So this indicator is like almost a stronger sign of support, whereas this one sort of says we might need a little bit of chopping first, right? On the 15-minute. And if I go like to a much higher time frame, what you'll see is something totally different. Let me try to get these aligned as best I can. I guess it's not going to let me align it perfectly. Unless I go too far away. It's annoying. Here, reset. Well, not going to matter. Well, one way or another, we got some, but not all of the lines above, and then they all rejected. So that was bearish, obviously, right? So on this higher time frame, oh, and then pink is falling under the zero line. So on the higher time frame, there's not a lot of hope for this. There's no divergence. There's nothing. So I should not expect to break this high really on this higher time frame, at least not right away. We're probably going to need another higher low, or it's just not going to go that far. So if that influences whether or not you want to hold or not, so be it, right? Like you can do that. Like I'm just going to let this work itself out. And I'm not trailing stop to break even, otherwise I would have just gotten hit. It came back to my entry. See that? That's normal. Don't move your stop to break even on runners. Unless you've really gotten an extension. Like maybe, I would say like at least twice, if not 3 times what your first scale is. So I'd need like over 20 points. And I'm totally fine if they come back and tag this. That's not a big deal. I will be still green. So no sweat if they do it. What I don't want them to do is sweep it and then run it again, because then I'll probably have to trade it again. A little bit of aggression. It did bounce off the voodoo range level, which is a little bit scary, but just like it did here and here, right? It rejected off those. And we have this X that's causing resistance, like we talked about before. So, I mean, it might not go. But when I get 3 contracts in on a 10-point risk, yeah, I'm going to leave one. If there's any chance that it works, I'm going to leave one. Looks like they're going to stop me, but not yet. Not yet. Oof. Oh, trying. They're going to get another pink triangle up here. That'd be really good. Notice they have not beaten. Oh wait, did they beat the bull wave with a closed bar? That's not good. They've got a dominant bear wave now. This is probably done. I wonder if that's good enough reason to exit in a profitable position. I'm not actually sure. It would normally be good enough to not enter, right? It would filter out an entry, an aggressive entry here. So I'm wondering if it happens to go a little bit higher, do I just want to exit it now that I know that I've got a dominant wave here? I might. I mean, I don't think I will, but that might be an adjustment to make. It's not in my process right now, but it's a it's an interesting idea. If you're in a runner and then suddenly you have bears or the opposite side getting aggressive, normally you're just going to get stopped. But the few times when you don't, I wonder if the right scenario or the right decision there is actually just to exit at break even then, or just anywhere profitable, because chances are this is going to hold. I mean, you're not going to get the opportunity to make that decision very often because usually it's just going to stop you. But it's an interesting conundrum. It may depend on what the higher time frame is. And here, like we saw, the higher time frame was not supportive of our idea. So in this scenario, if they did let me out, now that I've gotten this dominant bar, I might want to exit. Interesting. What you have to ask yourself is how frustrated would I be if I was wrong in that scenario, and would there, because it might be optimal, like mathematically, but it might not be best for you, right? Depends how you mentally handle it. That's a very important question, since we're not robots. They have to hold this or I'm done. It's going to stop me out, it looks like. I've got like 1 point underneath that low. It would be very rare for it not to stop here. Normally that dominant wave means it's done, but it's just that the reason this is having such trouble is because it's actually just consolidating. So I was trying to anticipate a breakout with that runner, and it looks like it's just not going to break out, and that's fine because I still made 12 points, right? So I mean, that's $300, something like that. I'm good with that. Or no, 240. Yeah. Still totally cool making $240 and having a chance to potentially get a huge breakout. Totally cool with that. Looks like they're going to stop me. Torturous. They're like, maybe we'll stop you, maybe not. Oh no, we're definitely going to stop you.
Order canceled.
Okay, they got me. That's cool. No problem, right? Let me take a quick bathroom break. I'll be right back, guys. We'll just keep watching this and see if it sets up again. I'm not going to take the long again because of this. So this is a good time for me to take a 2-minute break. Be right back. All right, I'm back. Looks like they are selling it. Alright. So if they print that little black dot, remember none of the signals are valid until the bar closes. If they print that, what it basically means is there's a lot of buyers in this wick, yet they closed it bearish. So that's it's kind of like a twist on divergence. It's not exactly delta divergence, but it's similar to it, like just tweaked for Renko a little bit. By itself, it's not all that meaningful, but you can use the location. If you're at a location where you want to be short and you get the black dot and the what's it called, the momentum is to the downside, it like adds confirmation to future aggressive signals. And then the opposite of that is the blue dot, not the square, but the blue dot in the middle. I know they're a little bit similar, but they work together. So let's see if this, they're both potentially going to give the divergence signal. On Simon's chart, it's a big yellow dot like this. Oh, his actually doesn't. That's interesting. Mine's slightly different, I guess, but it's similar to that. Oh, you know what? His doesn't warn, so I think it'll show up as soon as it closes. He doesn't have it to warn because it's so big. I have it smaller, and so I put it. I said it was fine to warn me. Yeah, you just have to use a different signal. Some of the signals will warn you, and some of them won't. Oh, did it disappear on this one? I don't see it anymore. Oh, it disappeared. It's not going to show up. So that's the thing. That's why you don't make decisions based on live bars. Is you got to wait until they close. And then once they close, they won't change. The only thing that could potentially change is you could add one of these little flags to it, because those don't print for like 3 bars. But then you use that only for location base. So like if you thought it was bullish here, a good opportunity would be to look and see if you got underneath this and then immediately bounced, which is actually exactly what I was looking for. But I was looking for it in a head and shoulders context like this, and it just didn't get it. But instead we got this aggressive move, the speed trap with the blue square and the star, and then that gave us the 12-point move, and then I held a runner and stopped out for only 10 points. And so I'm still in good shape, making another $200, right? And so it's a good, I think it's important to see that with a good strategy that has a relatively strong win rate, and not, when I say win rate, I don't mean like hit, maybe win rate isn't the right word. Hit rate might be a better word. Like I'm hitting my first take profit very often, right? So like risking 10 points, hitting 8 points, or risking 15 points, hitting 10 points, risking 18 points, hitting 12 points, right? So it might not be quite 1-to-1, but because that take profit target is hit so often, it pays to take those shots with the runners. You really want to be trading more than 3 contracts for that to work out, so that when you're wrong, you're still profitable, like what just happened there. And it's why it's really hard to trade only 1 contract. The ideal, in my opinion, is 3 or multiples of 3, so that you can be out of substantially more than half your position before you kind of leave it up to chance to see what happens and like gamble a little on that last one. And that way that's not going to hurt you. Yet when it does play out, you have a whole contract of, you know, whatever, 50 points plus to pay you. And at 20 points per contract, $20 per contract per point, like, you know, an extra $1,000 would not hurt. That's for sure. So let's check in with our indicators quick and just see if there's been any changes. So on the 15 tick, you can see that that red is deepening. It's not bouncing off this little potential trampoline here. Sometimes they bounce. See how it went through it? It's so small, but if I make it too big, it'll jump up for some reason. So I apologize for that. You'll have to zoom in or something. But see how it got through it, right? On this one. So if, in other words, if they don't close this bullish, this current bar in 7 minutes, if they can't recover that, then what we need to happen is a sweep. Otherwise, if they can recover it, they can bounce it right now. But if they don't recover it, this isn't the low. We would need to break the low and look for like a trap back in. And the low is down here, right? So in other words, I do not want to take the trap that develops here. That's what that tells me. And there's probably more than one way to do that. But I'm not going to take that trap. And then if a trap down here fails, I'm not going to take it a second time. So if you wanted to try for continuation of the consolidation, right, and just keep trading the edges is basically what I'm saying. I think that's okay, but if you're wrong on that, don't keep doing it in this scenario because you're not trading with the trend. Okay, here we got that divergence. See that dot, right? So it's a twist on delta divergence, and so it means there's more people buying on the bid, or on the offer. There are more people market buying than market selling. Yet it closed bearish. So there's lots of volume up here in the wick, most likely, of aggressive buyers. Man, those jets today. Sorry, guys. See how the volume on the entire wave is all the way down here? Right? So if we can get above that, and then it holds as resistance, as support, it could actually squeeze. But until we do that, it's not bullish. And it's probably going to act as resistance. So if I wanted to, I could take this high volume node here to the top of the candle or the bar. And I could say that that needs to be my target if I get long somewhere, right? So as long as I've got 10 to 15 points from my entry to get into here, it's fine to long for a scalp. But chances are they're going to have to get over this and then pull back. So you really don't want your buy up here. Is what I'm saying? You want your buy down here, or you wait until they break over it, then pull back, then it's good to go. But it first needs to break above this with volume. Like put a whole bar up here. So if we see 10.856 trade, then I probably would want to look for a pullback buy. But only in response to a sign of aggression, because why follow sellers into the market when I can follow buyers into the market? I'm willing to pay that little bit extra to have that extra information that there's aggressive buyers ahead of me. I'm going to follow them in rather than just being like, well, this might be long, I'll just buy here, because I've got no recent information to confirm that. I'm going to pay for the most recent information, right? So I'm going to wait and not pay for anything if I don't have the bigger picture identified, or if the price action is so horrible that like I wouldn't expect the setups to work anyway, or the location is so horrible that I wouldn't expect the setups to work anyway. But once I have all of that in place, and I have a reason to think I might want to buy or sell, then I just need the setup pattern, which is usually either a trap of a seller, a sign of exhaustion of sellers, and a sign of aggression in the other direction. Which, you know, you can, if you want, you can see it here. You know, it's not like it's some. It's not all that different from what other people are doing who are trading. What's it called? Like price action traders, right? Order flow. It's similar. It's similar. You could see it there too, right? Most of these signals, not all of them, but most of them, you could find it there. Okay, so this is my target. That's right. This is old, right? That's from earlier. Take that out. Okay, let's double check on the higher time frame and make sure we don't have any more information there, because we've got algos going off on the higher time. Oh, we do. So look, on the 80 tick, really big picture, we got an X on this bar. What does that mean? It means this high, if we can get volume, not just price, but volume up there, I'm gonna make it like blue. If we can get volume up there, it can squeeze. Until we do that, that's probably resistance. Now we could easily retrace into there, but chances are that whole area is gonna be hard to break. But if we can, it can squeeze, right? So that's the, and then the other thing we think about is the star here. If we get under him, chances are we will break the low. But I already knew that, basically. If we get under this guy, we're probably going to get under this guy. So you don't buy here. The flag or the apex is the one I want to sweep off of, not this one. Because if they break under this one, it's probably headed to this. But chopping in this little zone here makes sense. So we might go down, up, sweep, squeeze. Best case scenario if you're bullish, right? Other than that, maybe they'll just drop it. I don't know. That's also possible. And then on the slightly higher time frame, the 30 tick, I usually use without the indicators, just to sort of see the pattern, the price action with Renko, right? And you can just see that this prominent point of control is getting pretty tired as a support. See that? Bounce, 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 bounce. And before this, oops, where that came from is here. So it was where all the volume was during this consolidation. This day here, I believe, Wednesday. Yeah, it was the point of control of all this. And see how they bounced off it here and went, right? So now when they return to it, this one they couldn't even get there. But and then they leave the area, they come back, they couldn't get there, they leave the area. Come back, couldn't get there, leave the area. Come back, get there, right? Bounce off of it. Usually you get a retest and then a run. They retest, they try to run, they ran into this resistance that we just talked about with the X. And then now it looks like it's trying to go lower. So when I look at this, what it begins to look like without any indicators or anything is that it could just be giving up this whole area, right? Unless it can hold this low. But I'm pretty sure that we're going to trade under this 10, 8, 30, 25. That's what I'm trying to say. So I don't want to be a buyer up here. Like if this goes higher, I don't buy it because I expect this zone down here to get tested. Once that happens, I have no idea what's going to happen, right? Once we get down there, who knows? Maybe it just dumps. I'm certainly not going to be a buyer down there unless I get a sign of aggression suggesting that we're trapping some sellers, or sellers got exhausted and then they aggressively defended the level, then maybe I'll take a shot. But I'm not just going to say like, hey, that support has acted like a support 6 times. Chances are it's going to act as a support a 7th time. We're only a tick above it. Let's buy it. Like that's how I used to trade, and it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Well, okay, it works when it's really bullish. All of a sudden, when it's not really bullish, it'll fail over and over and over again. The locations need to get activated, which basically means we need to test beyond it, behind it, and then actually find those buyers that are sitting under this support. But look how we had that hint that bearish volume was increasing, right here. And I was in that trade and I said, wow, if I get a bounce here, I probably want to sell. But I didn't get the opportunity. They just dropped it. But look how we knew way back here that something was fishy, right? And so had we gotten a pullback, it could have been a short there too. But this one didn't really set up the way I'd want it to. I mean, otherwise I would have gotten out of the long. But there wasn't, it's just a star with a red bar. There's no pattern here as far as I can tell. I don't see one. Primarily because this bar is just white. And then you could almost, sometimes some patterns set up to the left, but like there's not like a head and shoulders really because there's like a double head. Well, is this one head and shoulders? Oh, that one was a head and shoulders trap. I didn't see that because there was 2 of them here. I wasn't even looking at that. I guess maybe that could have gotten me out of it and got me short. By that time, we did not have, yeah. Oh, and then here's the other thing. See the really, really big volume waves are at the end, and then there's this anomaly where it's like low, 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 suddenly high at the top. Generally, that means that that this one needs to hold. And so once we got under that, I exited, right? But you could technically short a retest. Same thing here. See how now this one, it like suddenly spiked, right? If we got back over that, it's probably good to buy. Or are we going to get the trap back in? I might have to take this, you guys. Purple bar. Oh, it's not bullish anymore, though. It's not bullish here either. I think I have to wait. That's too bad. I think I have to wait. That's an impulse move. See how big that wave is compared to all the rest? That's not consolidation. That's an impulse move. We're not gonna buy it. Like, could we get the retrace? Yes, but most likely it's only gonna go here anyway. So, like, best case scenario, we get like 17 points. So it's maybe 1-to-1. And I know I have the support here, and I've got the trap back in. All of that is good, but this wave here, this cumulative volume Weiss wave, is way too impulsive. And if it's just like one big spike or 2 big spikes like this, you might be able to trap it. But now this is 3 growing, like, monstrous bars, right? So I would need to get behind this one up here to really be bullish. And that makes sense because that aligns, 56, aligns pretty well with this one, right? So I need to get price up here or at least volume up here before I consider buying now. So most likely what I want to happen is for us to go lower and then maybe set up, like trap some sellers down there and set up long so that I can target that area. But yeah, if they do set up long here, I'm gonna skip it. Yep, I'm gonna skip it. So, one wave down. I'm gonna wait for at least 3. They're gonna set it up. Let's see if it works. It's gotta close for it to truly set up. There we go. So that is a trap back in. If you're bullish, you can buy it, but I'm not bullish because of this wave. We'll see if I'm wrong. But even look on this tiny time frame. Look, this is the impulse wave. See that? It's no longer. These were consolidation. Whoops. This is consolidation, right? That's normal to see in balance. This is not. not under the low. So my guess is we don't get more than like maybe 10 to 15 points here. It may come up to the resistance, but it's probably a short up there, if anything. That's my own read. So like here, if we get like a star down, it's probably a short. Because of the location, it ran right into this. But it's got to close bearish. But if it's like an orange bar, I guess. I mean, it's not a very big retracement. It'd be really aggressive. But it's pretty aggressive. We probably want to wait. Let's wait just a minute. I'm not going to be super uber aggressive short at the lows. Let's wait and see if we can trap that out. If we can get behind this and then set up again. Let's do it that way. Because I was uber aggressive up here and it worked, right? But that's not going to work every time. And while that's a big impulse wave, I don't necessarily think that this is an area that sellers are probably going to get more aggressive as we go lower. But I could be wrong. I think we're going to chop in here and then we either drop or we try to drop and we find buyers, and then we can, if we get a dominant wave again to the upside, maybe we can trap these guys. But I could be wrong. It could just run and then I just miss the trade, right? That's all right. But I'm not gonna tempt it by shorting it. Even though now the good thing is that I've got the black for the shorts is I've got the black dot here. So if I get a star here, it is a decent entry, right? It's just, the problem is my target's like right under here. So it's not wrong. It's just aggressive. But one way or another, I would need a close on at least this time frame, if not this one. But this one would be like really close to support. So would I have gotten my 10 points? 38.50, 45.50. I would not have gotten my 10 points yet. I'd be sweating if I was long. So it's got to get up above. It's got to close this bar and go one more point for me to have gotten my risk off that very, 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 very risky long that I did not take. Because this is exactly what I said I thought it would happen, right? It would come up to that area and reject. I just don't know how the rejection is going to work. If it's going to be one big drop or if it's going to be little drop, stop everyone out and then reject. I don't know. So I'm going to be patient here. Because the shorts are hard. And I'm just not a great breakdown or breakout trader. I'm much better when we are either trending, then I'll be aggressive, or if I'm trading mean reversion in this kind of price action. But trying to do one in the other, trying to do mean reversion during a trend trade, during a trend day, or trying to trade like momentum during a consolidation phase, it's a really bad habit of mine. And it's like one of those resolutions that I have for 2023 to just like completely just transform that part of my game. And the way you do that is you have rules, right? And sometimes those rules are going to bite. They're going to mean that you miss trades. But I can't tell you how many times I've been way too aggressive when it's not even trending. There's no momentum there, and I just get super aggressive and get owned. Or when it's really it's clearly trending, and I try to grab pennies off the train track, right? There's just no reason for that. I've got a good. I don't need those trades. Yeah, I don't need those trades, so I'll just skip them and I'll wait for the high odds entries. That is my resolution basically. If I can do that, I will transform my trading career. All right, so not good enough. It is a lower high, but there's no resistance here to the left. What that's telling me is that there's a volume anomaly in that bar. So like either there's some divergence or there's tons of volume compared to the previous one. God, why are they so close today? And over and over and over again, these fighter pilots are nonstop. I guess I'm glad that they're practicing, but jeez. End the exercise already. You guys have been going for like 2 hours. Usually we literally hear one at like 12:30 and then maybe like another one at 4:30. And I think that's like the 6th one I've heard in an hour. But this happens sometimes. They just do exercises and drills and stuff. And I'm sure they're doing like competitions or I don't know what's happening over there. But that's what you get for living near an airbase. Now I got distracted. Oh yeah, the pink. So these are really good if they come on a lower high at resistance. And you could say that this might be new resistance, and if that's your read, then it's fine to short it. As long as you've got risk reward. And that is a little bit questionable. But where those work really well is, like, if this is bearish, see, that's not just like a lower high. It's got to be at like, not close to the lower high, but at a lower high on a pullback. Let me see if I can find one quick. Looking for a good one. See, this one's a sweep. That's okay too. There. So see how this is bearish? Bearish, bearish. You get a significant retracement, making a lower high, and immediately you come back with one of those purple diamonds and a sign of aggression, an orange bar or an arrow. That can be a good continuation trade, right? And then same thing with the ones on the bull side. It's got to be bullish. However you want to define that is up to you. And then you need it on, see, like this, it's technically a higher low, right? But look at the retracement. It's not a significant retracement compared to the previous flag. I wouldn't say. It's not awful, but it's that one. That's why that didn't work, is it wasn't, yeah, it's not that significant of a retracement. If they're going the wrong way, they just become traps like this. It's bullish. It's bullish here. And we got one going the wrong way. Those can get immediately skunked. And then you get continuation, squeeze. So see how it's just a very, if you thought this was bearish, it's a very minor retracement before that. That's not good for bears. If there's any momentum, they will rip that up. And then all those sellers become buyers. But that's only, and then here, they've got a pink bar and it actually, or a pink diamond, it actually worked with all that aggression. But I bet there's, yeah, see, it's a lower high on this time frame. High, lower high with the pink. So on that time frame, it worked. And I didn't see that. Oh, we did get the breakdown. We did get the breakdown. Oh, we got the X here. I didn't see that. I wasn't paying attention. Okay, so again, the X, if it's bearish, is often a good momentum signal to get to join the trend. So if this is bearish, that would be an okay entry, or a pullback into that zone. But if we get volume developed up here, it's going to squeeze. So be on the lookout for that. We'll see. There is a Fed speaker, but not for another hour. So be aware. Yeah, but you can see that we passed on that trade, and I think that's a good read, right? To not buy that low, given the fact that we had such a big impulse move here. So if you want to be aggressive and sell that, I'm not saying it's wrong, right? It's just aggressive. I think I've said that enough times to make that clear, that it was such a gentle pullback, but it was into resistance. So you kind of have to decide what kind of trader are you? Are you the trader that can take those aggressive trades, get immediately stuffed, and just like bounce back no problem, miss the long, get stopped out on the short, and flip and have no trouble? Or is that going to cause you to potentially tilt? Because for me, I have the risk of getting tilted there if I do that. If I'm shorting the lows and looking like a fool and getting stopped out, and then realizing, oh my God, I actually missed a long that was perfect, that's exactly what tends to get me tilted. So instead, I'm just not going to take those aggressive trades and just let them go, and then and then in addition to letting go the ones that really won't work very often, where I'm just using the wrong strategy, and focus just on the ones that I know work really often. So if this closes back up here, it's technically a trap back in, but because of this big impulse wave, God, they're still flying. They must just be like circling Las Vegas. I don't know. Because of this big impulse wave, we really don't want to be bullish, right? So you could, if you're not sure, you could come back to your candle chart, and you could say, do I have any chance that I'm going to get some kind of a bounce here? I mean, maybe. But most likely that low is going to get taken out. Let's be honest, right? Most of the time, that gets taken out first. And if that's lined up, you can see the pink has not yet gotten over the zero line. So it's probably going to reject unless it immediately rises. So it has like 10 minutes to recover, give or take. So in other words, if you're going to take this one, don't take it again if it fails. I don't want to take this one because I've got an X here. And while it doesn't mean you can't lift, that usually acts as resistance. So pretty sure that's not a good idea without some kind of sign that the bulls have a chance. We do have divergence on this indicator. Oh, we have divergence here too. Maybe it will work. Where did my other indicator go? There we go. I was like, it disappeared. Okay. Now, if it doesn't trap back in, then there's no long anyway. It would have to close all the way up at 10.838.50 to have even a setup. I'm not sure how this works when the X is right to the left, like directly to the left of your entry on a trap. I'm not actually sure. Have you already worked through it? Perhaps it's not such resistance. But usually once they get that volume line above this, it's good to go. So, I'm not sure. See that? Where it dipped underneath and it came back and it bounced off the area? Maybe this is worth taking. Where's my... What happened? Oh no, I lost my... Here it is. Okay, found it. I lost my my DOM for a second. Oh man, they took off without me. Look how fast that went. I tried to hit it and I looked and it was like... It just left. It just went. And I'm not going to mark it in way up here, you know? I tried to get in down here and it left me behind. Darn. Look at that. Was that news? That was crazy. That must be news. Is there news? Fed's Bullard. Inflation is still too high, but it's decreasing. Oh, Bullard's talking right now. I thought that was an hour from now. Okay. Well, be careful, guys. Fed Bullard is talking. Okay, this will be fun. We'll get to see some volatility. I don't typically trade full size when there's Fed speakers. I don't recommend you do either. So I'm gonna get out of this account and go to one of these new evaluations. We'll see what it does. If the read is very clear, cool. I'm not gonna trade off this. I'm only gonna use this for getting reads. It's too fast, most likely, to trade off of this. Man, I could have technically put a stop order right at the top of that because of that trap back in, but this is very interesting. See how the X, once we got volume above it, oh shit, that's an entry.
Order filled.
We got volume above it, so now a pullback with a sign of aggression should be good. This is the entry. We missed this one, but we should get the next one. I only took this with one contract because there's a Fed speaker and it could. Oh, got it. Cool. Quick $150. I just wanted 10. I guess I could have gotten more. Wow. Oh, maybe I should stick those for a little longer. That seems to work really well. But do you? I hope you can see that what we need for that to work. It's not going to work when it's just like bump, 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 bump. You need some speed. You need some like vigilance on the DOM. So, damn, I should have held it. It was so fast, it just hit my target before I even got the chance to think, wait, this is going to squeeze. Shoot. Well, at least I got it. But that could have been $1,000 rather than $150. Yeah, but I have not had a lot of success trading during Fed speakers because you never know what they're going to say. So it can set up perfectly and still not work. And that's not a risk I enjoy taking very much. I don't want to take a lot of risk on that. So that's why I did that. Had I taken 2 contracts, I could have taken 10 and then left a runner. And if that was the case, I'd still be holding. Although we are into this little, we have to break this. This green one is another one of those X's on a higher time frame. So it usually acts as resistance. Maybe the 30 or the 40. A different time frame. Well, I guess it could be this one. I don't know. Anyway, I could technically get a, oh, you know what else happened here? I didn't see. Triangle up on a pink bar, pull back, triangle up on a pink bar when it's bullish. Did not see that. Man, I should have held that. That's rough. So very small pullback and then a sign of aggression, a trap, but right into resistance. So I wouldn't normally take this anymore. I used to, but I'm not gonna take that anymore. It's too risky because a lot of times it takes out the low and then it runs. What's going on here? Okay. Yeah. So it might work, but I don't know the implications of breaking these X's. It's a brand new idea, right? But what I was confident enough to do is I know this area, especially this POC, the little dash, becomes support. See that? And that's super powerful, if you ask me. That's pretty cool. Especially if it does this often. I'm not sure if it does. Literally added it today, this morning. I've been watching the parts of it, but I didn't actually turn it into an indicator until today. Okay, so now remember we got to watch these waves, right? Look how big dominant wave coming up, right? So it's not bearish, but then we have this one is a smaller wave or a divergent wave on the smaller time frame. We're not going to trade it, but it suggests that we might need a pullback or some kind of rest, right? So now we want to be very careful because if that divergent wave gets overtaken by a bearish wave, we're probably going to retrace at least half of this big move. On the bigger one, it's here. Same idea. Just a bigger picture. Right? So So it was, and again, that's why I don't want to buy this anymore, because you get like 8 points and then it like, so, but maybe it won't. Maybe it just keeps going. I'm trying to decide if I was in the runner, if I would have held a runner, do I want to hold it, or would I take profit here? And I'm honestly not totally sure what the right. Oh, did we make a bigger wave? Well, now I'd think hold it. Now I would think hold it. Damn. Can't believe I had that. Oh, dot, star. Watch what happens here. Dot and star in the same, and then pink bar after a pink bar. If it's bullish, this will continue. We can probably rejoin the trend. Oh, I don't want to do it with 3 contracts. Ah, they're not going to fill me. I'm trying to get filled down there. They're not going to get me. I wanted 90. That's too bad. Yep.
Order canceled.
They went without me. No big deal. I was a little late to see that, guys. Sorry. That's pretty cool, right? That's pretty cool. Okay. It's fun when it finally moves, you know? You sit there, you have all this time to think about it for a while, and then suddenly it's like, oh, look, set up, set up, set up. And it takes some getting used to. And you want to be really careful with hitting market buy and market sell when it does this, okay? During like speakers or news or whatever, don't use that button. You're going to miss trades, but oh my God, it's so frustrating to have like huge, like if you're trying to get 8 to 10 points and you have 4 points of slippage or something, Jesus, it's so bad. So don't do that. Okay, look, dominant wave, right? Way bigger than this wave. Do not be short. Do not sell pink bar star. Right? Plus, it's a higher high, and it's got, I don't know if you can see it, but it's got that anomaly behind it. The purple diamond is back there. So you don't want to short that. Not at a higher high. Not when it's bullish. It's awfully aggressive to buy up here, but hold on. I got to see if I got to sell my calls. Hold on real quick. I forgot I bought calls. Okay. At the Buddha range level, at previous resistance. Hold on, let me see how much I'm up on them. Where did it go? Oh, here it is. It's like, where the hell is my thinker swim? I'll hold it. Let's just hold it. It's got a week. Let's just hold it. I bought them earlier. Okay. So on this bigger time frame, look what happened. Remember I said it's probably toast unless they can get together and both rise? Well, they did that, right? And now look at the purple. It's headed towards the midpoint. This one's already over the midpoint. This could continue, right? And then the ones we were talking about last night, same idea, right? You get this one, they meet down here, and then they both rise. That's bullish. We knew that. I got hey, what's the name? Carrie's Willie gave me a confirmation, right? So everything's good by there. Well, so by the time it was 10:8:47 or so, I knew for sure it's not bearish. And then look how these all rise together, and they follow through by getting above the zero line, right? Everything's going up, and it's all above the zero line. Do not short. This is a trend, right? So don't sell. Could you get a little scalp that works? You could. Is that going to miss the high whenever it happens? Yes, right? But more likely than not, that trend continues. So what we're really looking for is dips to buy. So if I can get under this low and then come back in, I could probably buy it. As long as it traps back in again. So this is interesting that we have a divergence. Delta divergence on this down bar is interesting because it's really high up in the yeah, it's probably going to be immediately beat is what I would expect. Those sellers are probably too aggressive, but it is a potential resistance. It's a high volume node, or sorry, a low volume node, and an X from before. So see how they can't get the, if you look at the bullish bars, the yellow line only got here. And then this one is pink, so it doesn't count. So this is as high as they've actually gotten volume aggressively with buyers. So if they get under this bar with bears, it could create, this could create resistance. Another way to see that is if you measure the high and put where the volume point of control is, getting under this with volume, like that, and then closing bearish, is a sign to stop being bullish and potentially look for shorts up here. But they have to close it bearish for that beat to be underneath the VPOC of that last wave, and the VPOC of the bar needs to be below there. So there's a lot of, it's a very complex setup, but it works really well. So I'll point it out if it happens. It hasn't yet. But that's interesting because that means that this trap back in might actually, oh wait, well it could still work. It would just only be for like 10 points. Because then if that does happen, if we close bearish, what I would then expect is that we're going to come back up and then reject. So it might just not close bearish, because I don't think it's bearish. Those the indicators on TradingView, this does not look like it has much chance of dying. It looks like it's just going to continue higher. So I would not want to be looking for shorts personally, but it can happen, obviously. Yeah, getting underneath these blue dots and then coming back with stars is a great setup, though. And that stop would have gone down here. We'd still be long on that runner. See that? That's too bad. Oh shit, that's an entry. Fuck, I was too short. It's so slow. It's so fast. The dot with the star when it's bullish is a really good entry, as long as it's sitting on this bottom channel. That was a good one. 98. I don't think it's gonna come back for me. 98. Okay. If it swings back in here, I'll get long, but I don't think it will. Might. Oh.
Order filled.
I got it. Okay, got filled on the pullback. Woo! Let's get 10 points. Oh shit, I did not mean to take that with 3 contracts. I meant to take that with 1 contract. Ah. Well, mushrooms. Oh, the stop has to go. Oh, wow, it's a huge stop. Shit. Look how big that stop is. 82, 1, 81. Woo. That's a biggie. This is a tad aggressive. I should not be in this with 3 contracts. But it's bullish, so we'll leave it. Or is that considered a misclick? You know what? It's considered a misclick. I'm supposed to get out of these. Fuck, I hate that. I hate that freaking rule. Okay, it's a misclick, and so when I make execution errors, my coach says I have to exit the trade. Even if it's, specifically if it's profitable. If I have an opportunity to get out of a misclicked trade, I need to exit. That sucks. But the idea is I make mental errors when I'm distracted. And if I'm making mental errors on my execution, it's possible that I'm not trading on process. Meaning I'm taking trades that I maybe shouldn't be taking. So if I notice that I made a misclick, if I misclicked or made a mistake, and it's a profitable result, the immediate response, like without even thinking about it, needs to just be cover and like take a break. Like get out of the trade. Reanalyze, feel lucky that you made, $340 for like fucking around, right? Because if I'm not focused enough to even know how many contracts I'm in the trade for, what's to say that I'm focused enough to actually follow the process? And it's a rule we put in place a long time ago. And so, oh, there's another one. Look at that. 2 in a row. I actually don't think I've ever seen that. I don't know what to do with this. This one's not in the proper location. We want it down here at the bottom channel, but I think it's going to just continue. I don't think I've ever seen that before. on the 20. I've seen it on the smaller time frame, but I don't think I've ever seen it on the higher time frame. Let's see if we can get under this and then trap back in. That would be perfect. Let's get a little pullback here. No X's, right? No white X's anywhere. Did we get above that 80 tick white X? We will. Okay, so this, did we? This could be mega bullish, you guys. I think we did. Look, see that blue line? That was above this one with an X. All right, this red one with an X. We got the VPOC on a bullish bar above the high of that on the 80 tick. I'm not selling my calls. On a bigger picture, this is definitely bullish. And they might squeeze it. So we should be looking for opportunities to buy dips. But that's a really big picture, right? It's this blue line here, right? So I'm going to see if they can get under this and then trap back in, like hit the voodoo range level and bounce. That'd be perfect. I will happily take that trade. And that would be a 2 contract trade. Because I'm using one of these evaluations. I'm not supposed to be using 3 contracts on these evaluations. And like I said, if I misclick, now look, had I held that misclick, I would be down on 3 contracts. And the reason why we have that rule is because the chances that I get tilted from that misclick causing me like pain is really high. So the rule that my coach implemented for me that I've needed to practice for a while, but I've known about it. Like I've been doing that for like a year and a half. Is if I have a misclick or I've got the wrong, I'm going the wrong direction, or I've got too many contracts or whatever. Something's not the way I meant it to be, and I look at my P&L and it's profitable. I have to immediately cancel the trade, flatten, right? And even though it's working, and even if I thought it was a good trade, I made an execution error, and rather than just adjusting and fixing the error and selling 2 and holding 1 or whatever I plan to do, it's just exit the trade. You're not in the right state of mind to make a decision because you're not even looking at your contract size. So had that happened, had I stuck with that, it would have come back on me. Well, we would have gotten paid, actually. We would have gotten our risk off. But one way or another, it doesn't matter what the results are, right? If I would have been pulled, if it would have come back on me, I would have been pissed. That's the point. And so we're avoiding that because that's very expensive. Getting tilted like that is really expensive. So black dot followed by white star in the same range when it's bullish. That I knew blue dot was, but I wonder if black dot is too. It might be. For sure, I'm pretty sure getting non-pink bars way up here above the black dot is bullish as well. So I'm almost positive I want to be a buyer down here. I'm not going to be the first buyer, but if I see aggression down there, I'm going to take it. Follow it, and I'll follow it with 2 contracts. So we're coming back to that point where they got trapped on the higher time frame. It might not go any lower than that, you guys. Let's be honest. They don't like to get trapped and stay trapped. They usually will cover. Darn. They might go without me. That sucks. Oh, that's a buy.
Order
So, star with a blue dot, as long as it's bullish, is a good buy, and it's a small stop. So I can put my stop at like, I guess like it shouldn't really go below that star. So like 86, and then I can re-enter if it gets under there and then falls again. So it's a very small stop, but I'm going to take profits a little quicker. Right? Because it's on the smaller time frame. So if it approaches 900, I'm going to go ahead and take it. It didn't do it. I need 8 points. Ugh. Oh, actually, that's only 7. That's not. I'm really close to that big figure. That kind of sucks. I guess I have to push over it. Okay. I need at least 8 to pay for my risk. But I have 2, so there we go. Okay, hit 8. Let's see what we can do with the runner. Stop stays the same, right? It stays at 86. I don't want to give back too many profits here. There's really no reason to. But if they want to push it, they can. I think they're coming for this low, but they don't have to, right? It basically came right back to that area where he got stopped, or where the guy got trapped on the 80 tick. It came right back to the high of this bar and bounced. See that? Bullish. And then we got the sign that there was delta divergence and a ton of volume and a aggressive buyer at the low. And it's bullish. So it's the same as this. It's going to get a little extension of like 2 bars very often. And it got it. It got 2 bars and I took profit, right? Holding the runner is up to you. And I'm using the higher time frame to determine whether or not I want to hold that runner. And in this case, I see a lot of opportunity on the higher time frame, but realize that that opportunity might only be realized after we get a dip. So recognize, I mean, that that runner can stop out and you're not necessarily wrong. And that's kind of confusing to people. The idea that you could basically scratch a trade and still be right. That's just the result of trading with leverage with a very tight stop. Like if I was trading options, I'd put my stop like down here, right? Underneath all these, significantly underneath all these pivots, like maybe like 80, 74 or something. Looks like they might stop my runner. I'm not going to exit at break even because can't tell you how many times they come back to break even and then rip. We haven't seen it happen today, but it does happen. But it's only a 10-point stop on the one contract. I already got 8 points off, so it's literally a 2-point stop overall. Net loss of 2 points if this doesn't work, and potentially net gain of like 25, right? So, yeah, I'll take it. Happily take it. If they come down and they trap back in, I have to probably take it again. That's the shitty part. Is that sometimes they take you out and you're just still right and it sets right back up again and the only right choice is to get back into the trade with full size. And it can be great, but it's also, you only want to do that a couple times. If you keep losing doing that, something's wrong. Looks like they're going to get me. Okay, they took my stop, that's fine. I'm the runner. So I lost $40, right? But an opportunity to make like at least 400, even on only the one extra contract. Going like an additional 10 to 20 points. The opportunity was there. Now, I'm watching these waves, right? If I get a bear wave that's bigger than the recent buy wave, it's got to have at least 3. So this one doesn't count. But if it has 3 bars and they get above that buy wave with bearish volume, then I can be on guard a little bit. Okay, this would be a trap back into this star with the divergent dot. That's a really strong trade. So if it gets to 98, if it gets above 98.50, I'll have to get in. No question about it. 98. Where the fuck is it? Can't read my dumb. I'm tired. 98.75. There we go. Okay, so if it closes bullish after traveling underneath this bar here, which it did, travel underneath the bar, see? By like a tick or like 3 ticks. So now if it comes back up here and closes, I can get long anywhere in here. All right, so you could do one contract here and one contract at the pullback. You could do 2 contracts right away, whatever you want to do. But then my stop would have to go below that bar. Okay, so that did not close bullish, so now my entry can be at 92.50. Well, 92.75, because it's got to close that bar. If it can get under this one, that'd be better. It's like double bottoming off of it. So now my stop would have to be under this low which is like 77. Maybe 1 point below that, give or take. Right? But I'm not in unless they close it bullish. That's very important. I'm only getting triggered into the trade if they recover this. I'm not just going to guess. I'm going to wait to see some kind of aggressive reaction from the buyers. Uh-oh, look, they put in a bull that's higher. So if they go any lower than this, it's probably bearish. And even on a rip, I'd probably take most of my profits off because it looks like they want to go a little lower. Unless they're going to trap this guy. It'd have to happen right now. But we're at support, not resistance, so it's not a short. Right? But it's a sign that if it comes back up here and sets up short, you might have some success. So for that reason, I'll take 8 and 12 and be done with it because it's probably consolidating is what that means. So I will still get along here if they drop back in. But it's got to get to 92.75 first. But I will then take 8 and 12 and be done with the trade. I'm curious, since we tested up here and we gave up this green area, I'm curious if that's going to become resistance for a while or how that works exactly. I'm not sure. But we did get volume above it, so my guess is we are going higher, right? We've looked at that on the bigger time frame. We got above that guy slightly with volume. So my guess is this holds. I just don't know how they're going to do it. If it's going to be one dip, if it's going to be 10 points, then another dip, and then 20 points, I don't know, right? We just know the direction is probably higher. Oh, it looks like I'm going to get filled. Nope, not yet. It's going to close that bar bullish. The triangle down and the star below it before it. Nice. Oh, nice. It's a star divergence into star divergence. That's a great trade. I have no problem with that at all. If this stops, totally cool. That usually works as long as it's bullish. 76. Am I in the right place? Yeah. Yeah, if it just immediately stops, like it's just not bullish right now. Because that should work. Divergent star into divergent star. If it's bullish, that lifts. Like 70-some% of the time. So, totally cool with this failing if it wants to. So rarely does that happen that I'm totally fine doing it. In fact, I can probably add down here.
Order filled.
Okay, I added a second one because it's such a good opportunity, and it's a really low risk because it's so close to my stop. So if it wants to approach my stop by like 3 points, and then bounce, that's fine. I'll just add to the trade, right? Because I think it should work most of the time. And this way, I can actually take some profit on the way back up at like break even, well, where my initial entry was. And that way it actually reduces the size of the risk if it tries and fails. So they got low enough that I could add another third. It might cost me, right? It might give away my good day, but this is just that second evaluation, so I don't really care. And it's a good opportunity. Oh, interesting. Got an X after it. I don't know about that. I don't know what's going to happen now. Let's wait.
Order canceled.
Okay, they got me. That's fine. So I gave back a stop. But thankfully this is in the evaluation account. So it's not real money. Now what happens here when they retest it? I don't know what to do here. I would think that you could try it again, see another one. I'm not going to. I'm just waiting and see, because I don't know about this X here. That's giving me pause. And this usually works with an X and a star and a dot. That's usually really strong. And getting under that is definitely a problem. But it was a purple bar, so it might be okay. But I don't know that for sure. So I'm on hold now. That should have worked if this was bullish. Do they now have a dominant wave down? Yes, they do. I guess maybe, oh, maybe that would be a reason not. Oh, I don't think I knew that because this was an up wave. Yeah. So I don't think I want to be bullish now. Oh, maybe that was not such a good idea because the bar right before it was bearish and it was bigger than the previous one. That might have been a little aggressive. Okay. So now we have to get above this one, which hasn't happened yet, so this is not a buy. Darn. Okay. Well, if I would have seen that, I probably wouldn't have added to that. But that's okay. Not a big deal. Evaluation account and really one stop when I overcome it. I mean, one win. It's just a stop. Because I was up 3 something and now I'm down 7 something. So this is in the other account. Like the other one, I banked the other one. So super tempting to take this for a second time. It is growing over this. So if this closes bullish, it should be bullish. Oh, and it's got bullish divergence. You know what? This is probably all right. If it closes again, it's probably good to go at 86.75 if they can get it there. I just don't know what to do about this X that comes after it. I feel like that could be a problem. I haven't had an opportunity to look into that. But just knowing what that signifies, that could be an issue. Not totally sure what to do with that, so I'm going to wait. It might not matter at all. But one problem with adding new signals is suddenly you see things and it's like, wait, is that a pattern I should be aware of? Because it would sort of make sense that would like trump this. What's going on in the bigger time frame? Let's take a look at our other chart real quick. Come here. Okay, on the other chart, we've turned around. We did not have a perfect tag, right? This looks like a pullback. Everything's green. The green is going up. The big green is going up. There's no cross here, and there's no orange dot. It looks bullish on that one. It's probably just consolidation. Super tempted to buy this if it breaks out and closes bullish. It's probably the right move. It's technically valid. Having that new signal come off right after it is like, wait a minute. It's giving me pause because I don't know if that is meaningful, but it could be. Hate the idea of missing on an opportunity, but pretty sure because it's a dominant wave, you don't want to do it. Pretty sure. Because we have a dominant sell wave here. I think you just skip it. Sucks, but I believe that is the answer. That even if it closes back inside again, it's probably not going to go anywhere. So on the bigger time frame, it might not matter anyway. It might not even close it. On the bigger time frame, everything is rising above the 0 line, right? But this one line is kind of all by itself, so it probably needs to pull back a little bit. And then on the bottom, if I can get these aligned, I can't. Why can't I get this to align? Well, you could, even if it's not aligned, you can still see that this one's above and pulling back, and this one's above and pulling back. So it's all suggesting consolidation of a bull trend. So, I mean, we're 1% down on the day, so the chance of some sort of reversal down here is pretty high. What I don't know is how far this pullback's going to go. What would be natural is like 61.8, or are they gonna close it up there? So it has not made a 50% pullback yet. This is like a 38.2. You'd have to have a pretty strong trend for that to work without going lower. But I've seen it. Okay, let's see. I'm kind of hoping it closes bullish because I want to know if that X is a problem or if it's actually an opportunity, just for the opportunity to squeeze it. It may not be a problem at all. It may actually just be, hey, if it triggers, it's got even better chance of going further than 10 points. I just don't know. Just don't know. On this, oh, interesting. On the smaller time frame, we got an X with a dot to the upside. But buyers are not in control. There's this dominant. Okay, but this guy's all by itself. So if we can get over him, a pullback can probably be bought. But I don't think that's strong enough to just to randomly buy. It's similar to this. You know what? It could even be that when it comes with the X, it might be a problem. Because I expected this to work, but it didn't. In which case, I probably have to change that color because that's pretty important. That's interesting. That I also don't know yet. It also might very rarely come together. I'm not sure. But clearly, sellers have momentum here. So they need to push down a little further and put just even for us. Even for buyers to have a chance to recover this. Yeah, I don't think you're supposed to buy this. Even if it closes up here, I really don't. I think that wave is too big. Let's give it at least another wave. If not two. In other words, I need them to try and fail and then pull back some more. Then we'll reevaluate it. Because the bigger picture does look bullish. Giving up a green bar is not a good sign. That's another way that I might have been able to get out of this, is you don't want to be getting a bearish close with a VPOC under a green bar. Because those volume shifts should become support like this. Like this. Right? So giving this up would be bad. So, yeah. So, see, this might be a sell after that. Shit. I didn't see this before. That could be... I mean, realistically, this could be too. But you don't know for sure that the green is beat until here. Because you have to get the volume level, the yellow line, below the low. Then you get a pullback with divergence, aggression, and the X. Then they reject, and you get the X in the other direction. So it's X followed by another X. No doubt if we get above this, it squeezes. Up here, 10.895, it's a squeeze. But what I'm wondering is, is this a short? And I don't know the answer to that. Did we trap back into this one? It's a big frickin' wave. Yeah, all these dots with the stars not working is usually a sign that it's not bullish. Those, when it's bullish, we saw those work, but they will fail over and over and over again if it's not bullish. So you have to be aware of which direction the market's trying to go. And even though the bigger picture might have some bull opportunities, all the momentum you can see is on the bear side. So I think one way or another, we shouldn't be looking for buys yet, but I'm very curious to see if this plays out. And then I can look for that pattern elsewhere because, yeah, that'd be pretty neat. Because your risk would be very defined, because if you get over that purple line, it's gone. It's squeezing. Oh, wow, they're going to drop back in. Look at that. I'm not buying it. It's technically valid, but because of this big wave, I think it makes it very unlikely to work. But it did trap below this. But there's this big gap in between, right? It got below it, and then it came back in through it. But if you look, this trapped buyers, right, is the way I'm looking at it. So I expect those trap buyers to sell when it comes back to their level. So I don't really want to be a buyer down here. It's a very different scenario than this, right? This was the trap you want to take, right? Or even this trap would be fine. But once it gets higher and it puts in some like resistance and it starts to distribute down, you don't want to use that strategy for the time being, because even though it's got a flag and and the big picture might be bullish, we're not at support, right? The closest thing to support is like down here, the red zone. So I don't think we want to buy that. But I'm very curious to see how I can use this X followed by X or the X with the dot. And I'm wondering if it might make pullbacks sellable, or maybe you just sell it outright if it's consistent enough. And I just don't know. But I'm very curious about that. It doesn't happen very often, I'm sure. But like here, let's see, how did it work over here? This one obviously did not immediately lift. This one, they're together, but they're not on the same bar. Well, these are. And it did not immediately lift, right? So once the dot and the X come together, we might actually have a problem. But I think it's primarily because we're bearish. And so what I'm wondering is, once you get under it, with a bar that's not purple perhaps, does this become resistance? That's possible. Making like a star down here a strong sell. Or maybe even this. Maybe even a star going the other direction gives you a scalp. And then, but although this one didn't. If I had to guess, I'm thinking it's going lower after retesting that level. Honestly. Yeah. Intuitively, I want to scalp this short. Should we just do it anyway? I mean, it's just an evaluation. What's the worst that can happen? Reload for $80 or whatever. I shouldn't. I don't have a clean, valid setup, so I'm not supposed to. But I can learn what happens without actually trading it. But I'm thinking it goes lower. Double box. 2 yellow boxes in a row. Actually, it's 3. They're all lined up. Look at that. I'd think that's bearish. Unless you get a blue box here, I guess. But there's no star here to trap. I don't know. You don't really trap anybody unless you get up here. So they're going to try to defend this. So how do you make... Yeah. I'm pretty sure getting this bar below this X means that this is sellable. I'm pretty sure this is actually a sell. Yeah, I think that those boxes were sells, because we've gotten a bar with VPOC below up bar with an X, and then now they're rejecting. Pretty sure in most cases as long. Oh, but look, that up wave was dominant. So that technique may not work anymore. Interesting. I'm just learning. I literally just built that X today, so I'm just learning. But that is fascinating. If this ends up just not... I wonder if that makes this a trap down here really strong. Because now you've got a bullish buy, you've got a dominant buyer, you've got resistance and potential for squeeze above, or potential for dump below. So if they hold this low after testing it and defend that low, I bet you anything that's a buy. So now this might be support that you want to hold and not develop any volume below it. We want to see the yellow line not fall far below this low on a bearish bar, unless it's purple. If it's purple, it's probably okay. Because that just suggests people are pulling their orders from the order book. There's no real aggression there. But if they aggressively sell under here, I've got to think it's bearish. On this tiny little time frame anyway. But my intuition was you could probably sell up here and buy down here. Like, I'm pretty sure you can get 8 points here very often, but I could be wrong. And I don't have the setup for it, so I can't do it. But if someone wants to try, they can. Interesting that we came right back up to that level, isn't it? Right back up to this one. Well, we're done with that one now, so we can get rid of that. Okay. What's gonna happen? I believe there's another Fed speaker, no? Someone knows, let me know. Here, I can look it up. Calendar. Let's see. Do we have a Fed speaker coming? I really want to be prepared for that. Today is Thursday. Are they done? I actually don't have them on here. I thought I did. They're not on here. I don't have it. If someone knows, let me know. I thought I saw that, like, maybe Bullard's done already. Well, as far as I know, no. But I think this is a short. That is my feel. That's my intuition. But I don't have a setup. Unless, I mean, I might. I don't have a setup. I know. My best guess is this X getting taken out and then coming back and producing a sign of aggression might be good enough for a sell. I just hate the location because we're right into support. But I'm pretty sure that's how that works more often than not. The problem is that does not agree with the higher time frame. The higher time frame says we good to go, we just need a pullback. So yeah. Potential squeeze here. Those little dots. Potential squeeze. So if we get up here, remember, up above the X, up here in the green, and we get volume up there, it absolutely can squeeze, because the higher time frame had a squeeze above the blue, so those stack up, is what I've seen. Wow, look how wrong I was about that sell. Look at that. This is probably, now I'm thinking it's a bullish, right? This is, so if we get a signal here, I'm pretty sure you can buy it now, because you've got a bullish dominant wave, and that sell that should have worked appears to be failing. So obviously they have to push through this. But if they do, and they close this, and it's got like divergent bar star, like if it looks like this, like that, that's good enough. Come here.
Order filled.
That's good enough. So blue dot, blue box with a momentum shift, which I just explained, we saw that. So I'm in long. 69 is where I want to put my stop. It's a nice small stop. Nice. Okay, so let's see if we can get 10. And then we'll leave 1. Because I think it could squeeze. That looked like it should be bearish. And it didn't even get under that low. So, let's see what it does. But I wasn't sure about this trap back in, but I'm pretty sure with this volume dominance and then the added divergence with a yellow box followed by a blue box like that shift, and then the momentum shifts, all of that should suggest that we get, all we have to do is break above this blue and it can squeeze on a higher time frame. Now, that might act as resistance, which would suck, but if it can just get up there, the potential is for pretty big. So I'd love to take, if they could give me my 10 points first, that'd be great. But that might have been I mean, it might not happen, right? Gotta be ready for that. And remember, you don't have to necessarily enter right when it happens. If you want to wait for a pullback, you can. Ooh, interesting. Another X on the smaller time frame. But the buyers have dominance here, it looks like. I'm not sure how much that comes into play. But that's not what I want to see. I will let it play out. The problem is the big impulse move. That's the problem. The impulse wave down might be big enough that this fails. Ugh. But it looked like they recovered their dominance. It's just that they have to hold this guy because see how it kind of like spiked here. So this really does need to hold, which is why I can put my stop there. It's a very small stop. It's like a 10-point stop. But what I don't know is does this big drop make this less likely to work? Because remember, it wasn't working here either. But usually the answer is just keep doing what you are supposed to be doing, and eventually it works out. So yeah, I took a stop there, but I can easily make it back if I just keep doing it right. And there we go. Nice, another one. Hold. Wow, they are working really hard. The 15 tick can be really brutal. It's very normal to take a couple stops in a row sometimes, so just so you know. It's an aggressive choice that's not for everyone. It's fun when it works, but just you need some experience to have a sense for like how often things should work. You can tell they're trying. I just don't know if they just got a lot of resistance here. They just might not do it. Ah, that's not good. Damn. Fit 2 ticks from my stop. Go. Ah. Oh no! Why?
Order canceled.
All right, they got me. Okay, so what did we learn? If there's a big impulse move down, ignore the 15 tick. If there's a big impulse move down on the 24 tick, we're going to ignore the 15 tick. But notice my idea for a short on that X down, which was, where's the X down? Here. This might be good. The dot one way, X the other way, that might actually be a good reversal. So like if this was an X, or like dot one way, star one way, that might be a good one too. It works going the other direction as well. As long as you're going in the direction of the trend. And in this case, even though we had bullish momentum on the 15 tick, it ran right into the resistance from this big wave down. So all, like, see this X? That's where all the volume came in, and that acted as resistance. So, oh wait, well we didn't have the X yet. Never mind. This X, there it is. I was like, I know there's an X. It was this one. This X acted as resistance. See that when it came back into it? which means if you have an X in the direction of your trend and you're not trading into a target, you may be able to enter on a retrace. How would that have worked? Aha. Get an X, don't enter, wait for a retrace. If it doesn't break the high and it starts turning around, enter. Put stop at high. Okay. Oh, another trap back in. We're not going to touch it. I'm not taking it. Volume anomaly, volume shift, way too big. The wave is way too big. I'm not touching it. I'm going to let this work itself out. X pulls back. It breaks right through it. Oh, it's not bullish. So it's got to be in, it does have to be in the direction of the trend, at least for the smaller time frame. X in the direction of the trend. Pull back. That'd be right here. So it'd be short anytime we get a reversal here. So if we get another green bar, like with the triangle up, and then the next bar, it goes the other direction, we could sell based on this X here. Or after this X and a pullback, you could sell this one. I don't know if that works very often, but right now it seems to be working. So let's see what it does. Does it pull back into its range, which would be like the blue line, and then reject? Hit the voodoo range level, trying to reject. See how it's coming back into these levels with the X's? So there may be a short opportunity here, if it's still bearish. I guess that's the question. Is it bearish enough to take a continuation trade? Maybe not. So we trapped back in, we failed. We trapped again. Is there another nearby support? Yeah, that's right, this one. This is probably where we're going, is 840. And my guess is if this is a powerful down move, like algo with a down bar with a star on it or a diamond or something like that, it's probably sellable for a scalp, because we're going in the direction of all the momentum on the higher time frame. The tricky thing is that these don't agree. This one has bulls being dominant, and this one has bears being dominant. So usually that means continuation trades in general won't work. Well, continuation trades on the 15 tick, which is why I said since we have the down here and the up here, we probably just want to ignore the 15 until they get in sync again. Which would take a really big up wave or a nice down wave. So, but yeah, I'm really wondering how often these X's actually work as resistance on the very first pushback. And what has to happen underneath them? Do you need to get a close below or what? Now, this guy's an aggressive seller, right? So if we get up in this green area, it's going to squeeze. That's still valid. No matter how low we go, that's still valid. So be ready for that. Which is why I was trying to buy this. Trying to like front run that squeeze. But here, I'm pretty sure this is actually going to go lower if this closes down here. I don't think this continues. Just based on this X. What I've seen so far is that they act as resistance as long as the momentum continues. We'll see. So a diamond down would be an example. Like if it's a red diamond, I might take that even. What? Why not? It's just a devaluation.
Order
X down.
closed.
Let's do it. Good enough. Put our stop. I guess the stop actually belongs up here, right? But if you want to try it down here, I guess you could. I don't know if that's a good idea, but it kind of makes sense to me. We pushed hard, and then they're rejecting it again with some sort of a sign of aggression that has a special property of becoming resistance and trapping people, as well as producing squeezes when they get released. But the tricky part is that this chart says the bulls have momentum, and this chart says the bears have momentum. So I'm going with the bigger chart and just using the smaller chart to give me a trigger, but that might not be right. Right? That's a little bit. I'm being a little experimental because I'm not trading with real money. I'm using my evaluation account as like a forward testing method, right? Because I don't really care if I have to reload that. It's not a big deal. But I'm gonna have to practice executing it anyway, so I might as well see how it works. And it's fun to show you guys anyway. So if we blow it up, we blow it up. Not a big deal. I already made like 5 times that to reload it. So if I need to reload it, it's honestly no big deal. Looks like they might come get it. Interesting. I've got it a little higher than that just to give it. I gave it a little bit of extra space because the resistance is up here. I gave it a little extra space, but star followed by diamond down usually works, and so I figured star followed by X might work too. But I'm actually not sure. That is totally experimental at this point. If I was doing this with my real money account, I'd be tilting, right? I'd be benched. But in this case, because it's not on process. But in this case, I'm basically paper trading. So might as well just put the execution on, and then if it works, I get the benefit of pushing that evaluation a little further. And if it doesn't work, the evaluation might draw down a bit. It won't necessarily blow up, but it might draw down a bit. But I don't lose anything. So hopefully that makes sense. I'm not gonna experiment with my real money account, but those evaluations are kind of a decent way to get used to a new system. I usually wouldn't experiment completely on it if I wasn't in a stream. I would just watch what happens, but out of an interest of being entertaining and also just of curiosity, and because I'm pretty sure that's how it should work, I'm willing to risk some fake money to see if it might. If it doesn't work, the reason is probably because of this big wave. And maybe because we're trading into into support. So both of those things will have to be evaluated if it doesn't work. If it does work, we need to go look and see if we can find other examples of an X that gets a retrace and then it comes back down with an X, or a star followed by an X to see if that holds. See how there's a star up, X down, and then they came back in and they're trying to hold that. That might be the pattern, right? I don't know. Like star, X, pull back, hold. But again, there's probably a filter involved. Like it only works when this X thing happens, right? Like the pattern will work most of the time unless Y occurs. That's usually how these work. I really expected this to be a fast drop, and I don't want to see that diamond going up. That is not a good sign. Because that means that there's some sellers trapped. I don't know if it matters here, but normally I would think that's not what I want to see. But we'll leave it. It's honestly just kind of died. Like the price action just sort of got stuck. So I don't know what to think about. Oh, there we go. Aggression. Volume shift. Come on, sellers. Push it. You know you want the lows. Low of day. Low of day. Unfortunately, I have calls, so that would suck, but I don't actually expect low day, by the way. I would be very happy if I get 10 points here. But I would not be surprised if we sweep this. So we can I'll put a target at like, I don't know, 51, let's say. Let's see if we can get it down here. But I'll take one at 10. But that's cool. It worked. After a really big retracement. So the right thing to do might be to wait for the star, wait for the X, wait for the retrace, and then short it right there. Like back at that dashed line or so. Dotted, whatever that is, I guess it's dotted. Like that kind of a retrace would be killer if that works a lot. I don't know if it does. Oops. But you can see if we, on this tiny little time frame, had we taken the trap back in here, where we got a flag, and then we traded under it, and then we came right back into it, into the range of this bar, you do get a rip, right? It still works, suggesting this might be consolidation, not bearish trend. So, and we would have known to maybe try that because of this big bull wave. But I think the reason this is working is because on the higher time frame, we have this big trend, big wave down, giving us a lot of trap traders up here. And then these blue dots with the stars that got beat are probably going to act as resistance because those usually, if it's bullish, those usually lift at least a little bit. So when you get two of them in a row that failed,
order canceled.
Nice, I got 10 points. If we get two of them that failed in a row like that, I bet we're going lower. Is really that's as deep as I have to be about it. Is these usually lift? This one didn't, and this one didn't. It's probably not lifting. Because one of them failing is normal. Well, 30% of the time maybe that happens. But for two of them in a row to fail, it's probably not very likely. The better explanation is that there's something else, like on a higher time frame or whatever, that is influencing it, and it just doesn't work very often when that happens. So we probably go lower. Could that mean that dot followed by X in the other direction is a really good move? That could be. That could be. Okay, so we got under this one. This is technically a trap back in. I don't hate just getting ready or short here, but I'm gonna leave it. Primarily because I don't care. But I think I didn't go a little. Man, it actually almost did get to my target at 50, didn't it? I guess I have to move my target lower. Target going to 40. Because it didn't meet me. Push it a little further. 41, 42. We'll see if we can get back into this red zone. But I definitely want to research this after close. If anyone wants to stick around, I'll do it. I'll just keep streaming as long as you guys want to watch. But that would be an interest if we can find dot followed by X going in the other direction. If that's something if that's a reoccurring theme, it's potentially powerful. Just kind of scanning here quickly. Obviously not closely. It doesn't look like it happens very often, at least not in consolidation. Oh, this is interesting. Dot. Here, it's so far away. I don't really want to lose sight of this, but I also don't know if this works on ES yet. I haven't tried it. Dot goes up, reverses with X. Hard to see from here, but I don't want to lose sight of this. So dot goes higher, but then reverses with X. That high is then a good place to sell in the future. And that's exactly what I said I saw here. dot x in the other direction, sell range of x in the future. Dot x in other direction, well, dot x in other direction, sell range of x in the other direction in the future. Dot x in the other direction, sell x in the other direction in the near future. Right? Dot, so if we get an x up, then we want to cover on the next pullback because we would, and then buy on the next test into this dot. So if we get an x up here, it's not necessarily a buy, but it probably means pullbacks are going to get bought. Wow, they're still not done. I thought they were finally finished flying. Apologies for the jets. I swear I'm not in a war zone. Just near an Air Force base. They don't always fly this way, but they're close enough that they do at least once a day. Usually around noon. Oh, it is. It's 11:30. So. I think their little exercise that they were doing where it was like every 5 minutes, I think that might be done. Oh, fuck, that's right. I thought I was long for a second there, and I'm actually short. I'm like, wait, no. I was like, woo, it's going. Wait, I'm going the wrong direction. It's okay. It's only a runner. And I really do think this should hold. As far as I can tell. I just don't know if it holds once or twice or what. Dot x sell on return of x in the opposite direction. At least when it's going, if you're going with the trend. I believe that should work. So it could just be every x. Maybe you don't even need the dot before. X, sell in x's range. Is it that simple? X, sell in x's range. That one had a dot. Let me see. How often does that work? X, it's not bullish. If you buy in x's range, you get crushed. So it's got to be going in the right direction. It's got to be trending. It's a momentum trade. And the question is are we trending? I mean, we've got one big wave. It's potentially trending. But on the bigger picture, or not, right? So would I be shocked if this stops out the runners and only makes 10 points? Not really. And when it almost hit 50 but didn't, and that's my natural target, I might not want to be that bearish. But who knows? Sometimes it just needs a rest. And the fact that it had X, pullback, X, means we probably need another pullback. So I'm not going to get too anxious about it. I'm just going to let it do what it's going to do. But I guess that would be another thing to look for, is the X's that line up might actually produce sells. Oh, shit. That makes sense. How often do X's align with the trend? Two X's in the same direction align with the trend. Oh, damn. 1, 2, sell. Okay. That might work too. Shit. How often does that happen? So print an X and then print an X in the same direction and the same, like, matching in range. And there's no second X over here to confuse you, but it's obviously not bullish. So X, and then this X is in the same range, but it's a lot lower. So I guess I would get out on a pullback, but then these two are clearly in the same range. So in that case, my stop really should go up here. Are there any more like that? It's not enough to know a pattern. It's just one instance, but it just makes me wonder, is that something that happens a lot? When it's, I guess it hasn't been trending, so we wouldn't know. We'll have to do some back testing. We'll look it up. Those are all good ideas, though. Okay, this kind of looks like a head and shoulders on the indicator. That I don't love, and there's divergence here. I'm kind of thinking this might fail. Intuitively, I'm like expecting this to fail. But I really want to know if that works. So I've got a feeling like I should leave it. But intuitively, I'm like, oh yeah, this is definitely going to fail. We did trap back in here. That was a valid... Oh, and it's got an X. Interesting. Trap back in with an X and a volume anomaly. But at a low, at support, it's probably time to exit. Oh, and the triangle up. But this one did not. This one was not pink. So if we come back in, if they give me an opportunity, oh, they're not going to give me an opportunity. They're just going to stop me. If they give me an opportunity, they come back in and they printed another X, I'll probably exit. And if they print another triangle up, I'll probably get long. No, they're just going to squeeze it. Shit.
Order canceled.
Cancel. That sucks. I got stopped on the runner. Okay, so there's the squeeze. X, purple, X, squeeze. And we had all these guys trapped. I could tell that this was just not going anywhere. And that was abnormal. But we got dominant wave down here, which was really confusing. And then they trapped and they went. So this trap with the X worked. X in the other direction. Okay. Well, there goes the squeeze, right? We got over all these other X's, and we knew that would create a squeeze. So I guess I probably could have exited earlier. Now pullback should probably get bought. So we can try to make that back on a pullback here. Like around these pink bars or so. If we get a bounce, that's what we want. Interesting. So X one way, triangle down, X the other way, on a trap back in, and they race. But I think that was primarily because it's squeezed like that because of all these other X's all lined up. So that's the problem with doing X, leave the area, X, short. You really have to make sure that you're not at support. Okay, that actually makes sense. You need to have a target a lot lower. Otherwise, they're going to get squeezed. Just like star into star. Okay, so at resistance, yellow X lined up with yellow X is going to work. But at support, we want white X, not yellow X. Okay. And then we want to try to get over these with a bar that's not pink, which it did. So now pullback should get bought. Remember, we saw that on the 80 tick too. The X, we got a bar with the yellow line above it. We got the X below, and then they're trying to squeeze it. Oh, interesting. X down, X up, and then X down, star up. So pretty sure it's bullish. We just need that. We need that confirmation. Preferably a bit of a pullback would be nice. But a pink triangle up would work too, because we had one here. But I prefer a bigger pullback. That'd be great. Otherwise, you risk getting stopped out and then seeing them run without you. Or you got to put your stop way down here and take it with tiny size. Wow. That squeeze definitely works. I will stick with that for sure. I'm not sure about scalping with the X's, but that squeeze over the behind the X's definitely works. It's just a matter of how to execute that correctly. You need to like line them up and then knock them down, looks like. And I'm pretty sure the best thing to do is wait for a pullback anyway. So there might not be a great way to catch this one, but once you see it, I'm pretty sure bullish aggressive moves are going to get continuation. And that alone is pretty powerful. Yeah, this is probably a buy. Which sucks. I didn't get much of a pullback. I don't like taking these green bars when it's the first tiny little dip like this. I'm not supposed to do that anymore. I used to, but I'm not supposed to do that. Even though they work sometimes, they fail a lot. Yep, it's going to work this time. It's got to be really bullish for that to work. And maybe the answer is I can do it if they're stuck. No algo on this. Please pull back. How much time is left? Okay, another hour and 20 minutes. Plenty of time. If you look at the big picture, see how they're on opposite sides of the zero line? That suggests consolidation, right? Opposite sides. And then on the one we talked about yesterday, the OBV E by K got underneath, but the RSI didn't. So this is a good bounce. But then look here, the Willie gave you a sell signal here, right? And then just is trying to bounce. So that's kind of interesting. But you don't sell it when it's trending up. And it's trending up, right? It's not making it all the way back to the next voodoo range level. So we should not really be bearish. That's short. That might have been a reason not to short there, even though it was just for a scalp. We really shouldn't expect much of anything. So they have to reject it like right now to make that tag happen. And that's the only way they're going to get short. They have to do it now. So if bears want to hold this, they need to take back this blue level and like attack right now. Most likely the buyers respond. So I'd prefer to be a buyer down here. But see, that's why I don't buy these green ones that are just tiny little retracements and then green bar right away, because this happens too often. And then they'll just go under it and rip. Purple bar with the box. Right to the blue line. Go lower. Another purple bar down would be nice. We're getting back into the range of this X that we just beat. This area is really where I would expect them to buy, so they might just lift it right here. I'm not going to get in until I see someone aggressively get in front of me. I'm not going to be the first one. I'd rather miss the move than be the first one. But the pattern is bullish. Like I said, I will have to look at these X's and figure out the scalp pattern still, but it's hard to do that without them on your screen. It's not there on my screen. I can start watching, but I've been watching. I understood how to build it, and I've been watching what happens when we get over them, the yellow ones, or under the white ones, and the result is usually pull back then squeeze. And I took like 3 of those accounts with the real money account earlier. 3 of those trades with the real money account earlier. So I so far I'm just going to stick with that. And then on these evaluations, I can keep experimenting with other ideas. But clearly, what I was doing before, in the beginning of the stream, is the way to do it. You don't need 100 trades, right? You just need to be patient enough for the really good ones. That's really the moral of the story. And I'm very fortunate to my coach that I've been taught to put my real money account away when I hit my target. So, because look at, I mean, like this, it would have been devastating. Like, look at this. So, my target was 500. I hit 735 on that one, right? Then I switched to the eval, and now I'm down 14-15, just from being a little bit too aggressive and like testing things, right? Experimenting. But the 14-15 isn't real. That's just an evaluation that I can reload with no. Oh, look at that. That's interesting. That's probably good enough.
Order filled.
Let's try that. So we've got divergent dot with volume after this purple bar, and that's following a big lift. It is on the 15 tick, but the 15 tick, the buyers now have dominance. So I believe that should work. There's no star, but it's got the diamond. Should be good enough. We'll put our stop at like 84. It'll be really small if it does stop. And we'll see if we can ride this one. So I'll take 8 because it's on the 15 tick. And technically the patterns themselves are only intended to make 2 bars more than that, right? So it made the one. If it made the second one, if it gets to 10,900, oh, I guess I forgot about the big figure. I've got it at 10,950. That's why I freaking missed it. I wasn't looking at the actual level. I was just leaving my bracket. I probably should have taken 7. Shoot. At this point, I might as well put it a little higher because now if it's going to break 10,950, it's gonna bust it, right? So I think I missed my opportunity to take that early one, so that's okay. But yeah, let's see if we can't hold the runner. I guess I could just hold both of them. That might be the solution. Just hold both of them. What the fuck? Who cares? It's an evaluation. And I'm down now, so there's no trailing drawdown. I mean, there is, but it's from my high watermark of the day. Let's just hold it and see what happens, huh? Okay. Let's see. So I've got my stop right here. I'm playing this like a momentum trade, right? We're just trading the trend on this tiny little time frame. But I've got this sign of aggression confirming me. And then there's also trapped traders down there because it's a divergent bar. Dealt with delta divergence on that bar. It's not at support, but it's in this scenario, it doesn't really matter. It can be new support. See that? New support. Now, could it come down here, trap underneath, and run? Yeah, it can, right? And I'd probably have to take it again. That's the risk we take. We know that we've got these guys trapped. So the potential for a pretty big squeeze is high, and that's why I'm not taking profits. So I was going to take it at 7, but because we're right at the big figure, the 10,900 big figure, it's either going to break it and squeeze or it's not going to break it. So I would have had to take profits at like 10,898, like right here. And that's only like 6 points. And I say, fuck that when I'm taking all that risk. I mean, it's not that much risk. It's only 10 points. But it's like, why? Why even take the profits? I don't care at this point if it stops me out, right? I just want to get something that works. Or I shouldn't even say that works. I just want to get something that's on process. I want to take a trade that I'm supposed to take. And not like an experimental trade. I just want to, go back to what I was doing, what I'm supposed to be doing, rather than experimenting. Like now that I've lost $1,400 of fake money, let's just quick make that back, huh? That's my thinking. See how it just like screamed through the big figure? That's normal. And now it's like, who knows? Maybe, I don't know. Who knows, honestly? Like, really. It could go a lot higher. We're into overnight range. So, like, seriously, guys, this could keep going. Maybe not straight up, but it could just keep going. 10,940 is not out of the question. We'll see. I haven't taken any profit yet. I learned from last night that with these big figures, you can't put your stop right below it. You got to let it breathe for a bit here. I'm confident that it's bullish, and I will let them pull back a bit now that they've tested above the big figure. I'm going to let them give it back. And as long as they hold this, I'm just gonna let it go. So if they want to take this all the way back and stop me, that's okay. I will just get back in it when it sets up again. But I've learned my lesson from yesterday that if you want to hold through these big figures, you have to let them breathe underneath it. I put my stop last night at like, I think it was like 10,988 or something like that. Oh no, 10,998, and it went to 10,9. I put it at 10,998.50 and went to 10,998 and then bounced to 10,940 or something like that. I forget the exact number. It might have been 11 something, but it was literally like a 40-point differential, and I missed it by 2 points. I got swept by 2 ticks, right? Just because I didn't give it enough space, and it was arbitrary. I didn't even have a great reason to put it at 98. It was just like, oh, if they don't hold the big figure, it's probably not going to work. But the thing is, it's like, quote unquote, holding the big figure doesn't necessarily mean not trading below it, especially on NQ. It can trade below it by like 4 or 5 points and still hold it. They just have to defend it. So you have to be willing to take a little risk like this and see what they do once they push it down. But when they hold it, what you're going to see is they push it down and then they immediately squeeze above it, and then it's over, and you know that it's good. And then if they don't, it's not going to work, and some of your trades aren't going to work. So I just have to leave it, and I'm learning how to do that, but it's not easy. The hard part last night was I was at my high water mark of the day in the big account, and so I got spooked by giving back and having a drawdown from my high water mark, and so I just kind of like moved my stop really tight all of a sudden. Whereas here, I could care less if I get stopped out because I'm not at my high water mark. I'm at the low water mark, basically. Oh, it sucked to get stopped, but that's okay. Still in it for now. But yeah, I'm just learning that you need to give it a lot more breathing room than what I want to. Like that 10 points of breathing room, once it really starts moving, is not enough. Like you're saving 10 points and missing out on 50. I'm talking about when it really starts ripping, and you know they're trapped. Because I knew they were trapped last night too. But it still doesn't always work. So it's bouncing right off that VPOC, that 45-minute VPOC. That would be pretty bullish if it did that. That would be pretty good. We shall see what happens. So they're just struggling here at the big figure. This is nothing. There's nothing more to it than that. It's just they either take it or they don't. There we go. We do have a low volume node here, which makes sense. So what makes sense about it is that we're re-auctioning this low volume node repeatedly. And in the past, it's been acting as resistance after testing above it. See that? It trapped some traders above it. So it could just reject here, right? Absolutely, it could. The difference here is now we've got trapped sellers down here. Oops, you can't see that. All these X's and stars, getting above them traps those sellers. So could we come back here? Yes, but then we're probably going to bounce. So I took the aggressive shot here, but technically we could come all the way back in here and then bounce, and it's still bullish. Because sometimes you don't get the big pullback. Sometimes they just run with it. And that's why I had to take this one. Well, I took it here. And as tempting as it is to put your stop at break even, that's pretty frustrating when they come back, tap it, and then run. So I don't do that. At least not until I've already hit a couple profit targets. Not just my first one. And in this case, I skipped my first one to just held the damn thing. So I'm definitely not trailing my stop to break even. If I was going to do that, I definitely should have taken the 17 points I got or whatever it was. Oh, it's more than that. 20 points. Wow, did I really give up? I didn't take 20 points? Hold on. Is that right? I got in at like 92.50. Okay. I did have an opportunity for 20 points. I did not take it. All right. I didn't realize it spiked quite that far. I did say 30 to 50 though, didn't I? I said I wanted 30 to 50, so it's still only a 10-point risk. And now, if I would have taken my 20 and I get a star here, I could put the contracts back on, by the way. That's totally fine. If it triggers again. If I get purple bar star and it triggers again, I can put the contracts back on. So that's another way to do it. Sometimes you do get these nice pullbacks. Sometimes those pullbacks stop you out, but every once in a while you get a big, nasty pullback that then bounces and it sets up again. And then you just get a chance to get those 20 points a second time. Nothing wrong with that one. Not one bit. Oh, this had divergence on the smaller time frame. Maybe that was good enough to take some profits. That might be something I have to watch a little more closely. When I want to push it like this, it might make sense to take, maybe not the whole thing, but to take half. When you've got the divergence there. I'm not sure, but... No. They're probably going to stop me. Darn.
Order canceled.
That sucks. That sucks. I wanted to push it. Okay, they trap back in. If they trap back in, I kind of have to take it again, unfortunately. It sucks, but that's just the way it goes. Sometimes it gets under your stop and it triggers again and you just have to get back into it. So if they come right back into it, pretty sure I have to hit it again. Yep. I'll wait for it to trigger on the 24 though. I'm not going to take this one. I'll take this trap if it triggers. If they come all the way back up here to 98, I'll take it. Otherwise, no big deal. It's just, you know, the important account made money and the not so important account didn't. And that happens. Especially when you get experimental. But I am definitely learning about this new signal, and that was my goal in doing this, so that's good. And I already made money in the account that matters, so the only thing I need to be careful of is I don't want to develop habits of taking trades outside of my process. So you just, if you're experimenting, make sure you know your brain knows you're experimenting. Get it out of your system with the fake money account, right? Don't build that into your tendencies. Like, do it very deliberately. Okay, so now they can trigger here still 92.50. Oh, they made a divergent. They made a dominant wave here, and they made a dominant wave here. No trade. Interesting. Okay, I'm gonna run to the restroom again. I'll be right back. You guys will watch the close, and then we'll analyze. I don't think I could take the pink bar, orange bar here as a short. I don't think I can. But it is a trap back into the short side. I just wasn't bearish, so I don't know how to take that, really. And now that we've got the dominance to the downside, I don't think I really want to participate in the long side for the moment. It might still work. Purple bar followed by a star up or a green bar up or a diamond or any of those would technically be a good trade. Maybe I do have to take that one. Maybe I do have to take that one. Let me think about this. Hmm. I think I do have to take this one, you guys. 80, 75. We'll take it if it triggers. If this closes, even though I've got the dominant wave, I'm supernova here, which means we've broken above one of these upper apexes and then pulled back. And I'm pretty sure I have to take it. Pretty sure. Because that's a nice pullback, you know? That's a healthy pullback. Right back into this X. I'm almost positive if this closes, I gotta take it. In fact, I could probably even take that one a little early, but let's see if I can get this triggered and then get a pullback and I can enter on the pullback. That'd be great. Let's see what happens. So I want to get 77.50 and then pull back and then I'll enter down here and I can probably add another one up there. We'll see. Let's see what it does. First things first, it's got to actually trigger. On the bigger picture, we got a tag here, which I didn't notice. So that returned to the area, so that might be bearish. And these are all dropping, aren't they? You know what? I stand corrected. I don't think I want to be alone here.
Order canceled.
All right, I'm going to take a break. I'm going to run to the restroom. I'll be right back. Yeah, looking at the higher time frame, I actually think that is not what we want to see. Okay, be right back. All right. Suddenly that short up there is looking pretty good. I'll have to take a look and see if there's something that could clue me in that might have been a good... The one thing was the location was right. Right, it was right at that high volume node, right at the big figure. And we did get a pattern that works when it's bearish. And perhaps on the bigger time frame, you could say that this is like a lower high with a diamond, and that's usually good. But I was pretty convinced that we were going higher. But I thought that we may need a bigger pullback. But now that the way we went lower makes me question that. The fact that we've got so much more volume, that big wave down like this, it's usually not a good idea to fight those. And then look, they're putting in divergent dot stars here, which are usually pretty strong. So, yeah. We're fully retracing all of those trapped X's. Look at that. Trapped X, totally retraced. Trapped X, totally retraced. Trapped X, totally retraced. So either there was news that I missed, which could be, I wasn't paying attention, or it's just one of those times where it just doesn't play out, right? But I have to assume, since it looked bullish before and it's clearly not looking bullish, my guess would be that now, again, just a guess, is that we might actually be headed lower. Because that big drop is it's gonna catch people off guard. Oh, interesting. Did I miss? Oh no, that's old. Not sure. But looking at this, oh, we got the Willie carries Willie triggered sell here too. And remember that whenever those happen, usually the pullbacks into them are good sells, and that, as long as it's bearish, and it was apparently. But look how this stays green while these are going down, so maybe this gets bought somewhere. I don't know how strong this drop is going to be, you guys. That's all I'm saying. I think this was probably an okay sell if you saw that up there. I was just so focused on trying to not be a puss that I just wanted to hold it anyway. Because I was up 20 points, which would have been okay to take, but I really didn't want to because I wanted to see that idea play out. But really, the trade itself worked. I got 20 points on it. This totally worked. So the expectancies are something, it's just it's a high level skill. It's one thing to be able to know or have a pretty good idea that the market might lift. It's a whole other thing to recognize and have vision for how far it can go. And in this case, I had vision for it breaking these, and it just didn't happen, right? And I was when it hit 10,900 and rejected a little bit, rather than being prudish and taking like 8, 6, 7 points, I decided let's just hold for 30, right? And that's a decision that I'm allowed to make, but you got to do it with a mindful awareness that that means that you have a chance of taking a full loss even though you were up $400 per contract, right? I was up $800 on that trade, and that would have been more than halfway back to even. So, but it's, yeah, like if you're committed to your idea, the best thing to do is just take the loss, move on to the next one. I thought it would work. It didn't. Next victim, as we say, right? Like bring on the next setup. But yeah, these big impulse moves, see how these two are significantly bigger than this one? So if this bar goes bullish, we're going to need to break above that dot bar to have any chance of squeezing them out, the shorts. Right? So right now, it's just super bearish. Well, that's just the way it's going to be. as we saw, big picture, it's more balanced to bearish. But that attempted breakout did fail. If you look with the voodoo range levels, oops, with the voodoo range levels, you can see that we approached it, rejected, approached it, rejected, and it's right at a purple pivot too. And we've been orbiting that level a lot, so it makes sense that it would act as resistance. Like I wasn't focused on that. I was focused on this getting broken. And by the time, I mean, at least I got out of the trade when I was supposed to. But by the time I got out of the trade, it looked like it could bounce at any time. But it gave us a full VR retracement now. Yeah. So if we get this one, that's a 2 VR retracement, and that's not bullish. Last chance, basically, for bulls is right here. You could probably scalp this back higher, actually. I will give that a try. I'm going to give... This is so deep down that I'm giving this a shot at a scalp. This is very advanced and not recommended. Because it's going to fail a lot. But it's a small stop if it doesn't work. And it's often going to get back up to 70. But sometimes it's just going to die. Right? And that's just the way it goes. If it dies, it dies. But it's basically just the last chance for buyers to actually have... Now, I could have waited for this one to trigger, but I decided to take it a little early here. So maybe that was a mistake. But I see the potential for this to retrace back into this zone around 70. And so it's just a counter trend scalp that could turn into more, right? But I'm definitely taking profits on this one if they give it to me. This kind of impulse move, they might not. This kind of impulse wave, they might not give me the retracement. But just looking at where it is, see, that's the voodoo range level right here. It's behind that white line. And not making it to that gives it a chance, and then not putting a bar under this other than a purple bar gives this the chance to actually lift back up again as like a liquidity grab. And so I took the shot with a small stop, a small risk. I really should have my stop just a little bit under the voodoo range level in case they come down and tag 47.25 and then bounce. I don't want to get stopped out if that happens. But if they just crush through it, well then that's your last chance to try to get bullish, and now you know it's not. Right? But the purple bar here gave me, and then the green bar here gave me an opportunity basically to bring it back up to like 72, 74. And that's a decent move. So I'll take because the only reason this works is because range is expanding, right? So in other words, I don't need it to be bullish to get 15 points. That's the way I'm looking at it. It doesn't need to be really bullish. It just needs to retrace 15 points, and it pays me almost 1.5 to 1. And those opportunities do not happen very often, so I'm willing to take that trade. Yeah. There we go. Okay, so back to break even. Let's see if I can get 10. So if this closes, then that would be confirmation that that would be an entry on the 24 tick, and you could technically add on a pullback if you wanted to. It's a little bit, that's very aggressive, but that's kind of how that works. Because I got long here a little early. There we go. So confirmed on process trade on both time frames. Anywhere in here can be a long, targeting back up to this 70 to 78 zone. Possibly bouncing since we have a trap here, right? Possibly. But not always. But often you will get a 10-point retrace here. From here. You'll get another 10 points here. 10 to 12, I'd say. So, yeah. Even if I get like 8, I could probably take half off. I don't know if I will though. Doesn't look like they want to give it to me. Might not matter where I take profit because they just don't want to let it go. There we go. That's better. So like 71, I'd say, is probably a pretty common place to look for profits, right where the point of control was on that divergence bar. Right? If they get behind this and then they reject, you want to immediately get out because that's just continuation. And this really is a contra trend trade, so it's not going to work 70% of the time. But I'm risking 10 to make 15 plus, so I'm going to take it. Next time, I put my stop just a little bit underneath the voodoo range level. Give myself a little extra room because I got in early, so I was able to do that. So if they want to sneak under this low by a point or two and then bounce, that's fine. But this is really Bull's last chance to save the entire day, so it's a little bit of a gamble, but at this point, if this doesn't work, it's not bullish. In fact, if this doesn't work, I can probably sell my calls. Voodoo range level. I'm gonna add to the trade here in case they want to just bounce it right here. It got so close to my stop that I'm gonna go ahead and add with the stop stays the same. Okay, stop is the same, but now I've got 4 on, so I can try to take some more profit along the way. They might just stop me, but it's a technique that allows me to. Okay, they got it right. So I took 4 points of extra what's it called? 4 points of extra risk, but they came down and they filled me. I just put it right under the voodoo range level because if they wanna hold that voodoo range level, then it's only 4 points for me to risk it, and I would only have to make it back to my entry to recover. So, you might as well just give it a shot and add another contract. But in this case, I lost the 4 points, so it's over. And that's fine. Not a big deal. Right? Not a big deal. Okay. All right. Are they seriously going to go under there with a purple or pink bar? Wow. So the reason not to take this would be the really big sell wave down into the low. That's the piece that you want to pay attention to, and then this too. That would be the way to not get stuck there. The reason I ignored that was that on the bigger time frame, we had broken above a couple highs and made higher highs, and then came down to that support and got under it with only a purple bar before trying to recover it. And there are a lot of times where it looks really bearish only to completely retrace, right? The price action isn't quite right for that, to be honest, but it can always happen. And see, has it still not closed? Wait, it might still be valid. Where's the... Oh no, so it's got, see now it's gotten volume below the low of that. It's got that yellow dash below the low. So now the resistance is 58.25. So you don't want to buy. You don't want to mess with this. Don't mess with this. If anything, it's just short now. Right? To the low day. So I guess I was right about going to low day earlier. Just a little bit early. Now, interestingly, what this means is that this little trick that I thought I had figured out, where I got volume above an X bar going down, the volume got above that. I thought that meant that we were going to get a jump, because usually that means you bounce, but it looks like that might just mean you get that the first attempt won't necessarily work, right? Like, obviously it's not always going to do this, but what I'm saying is that if it looks bearish and it makes a pull, it makes a lift, and it gets buyers above this, they're going to try to squeeze, but they won't necessarily succeed, right? We got to remember that. But what I need to figure out is, when you trap these X's, are you more likely than not? Let me turn off some of this. There's too many damn studies on here. Are you more likely to get a squeeze, or is it more likely to fail? And that I don't know yet. Where is it? Volume at price. Okay, we're going to turn this way up to like 600. There we go. I only need to see the big ones. Okay. So there's big volume in here. See that? That area, that whole zone right here, where it's all green. There was a bunch of volume that went off there. And that's exactly where we are right now. So we may just be building like a high volume node down here. And then usually what happens is you spike and then bounce. But I would not be buying this zone personally. I realize it might bounce, but I've already exhausted my opportunities basically on this level. And yeah, I'm not gonna risk another stop in this zone, because it basically means that this is the middle of the consolidation, right? So you want to be long down here, short up here. It's a little late to figure that out, but that's basically what's going on. They're just tightening. They might not break this low, in other words. We might get something like this, right? And then like a bear flag kind of looking thing, triangle. But what's curious is that this X bar with the all the volume up here, once we got over that volume, it pulled back into that volume point. It made another X, and then it tried to squeeze, but that one also had an X, and so now we're trying to get below that one, but it was a purple bar, which usually doesn't count. So if this bar is also purple on the higher time frame, it means I can probably hold my calls, and that this move is just like a fake out. Potentially. Not always, but potentially. We'll see if I'm right about that. But on the tiny time frame that we usually trade, compared to that, it's tiny. You could probably short after you give up that that bounce. And once you try to do this squeeze and it fails, you can probably take it out. I wonder if star up, then a few bars followed by a yellow box, if that might be a good reversal. I've seen that work before. Yeah, so if anything, you should be shorting here, until you get to the low day or near the low day. I don't know if they're going to make a new low day, but this is going to be heavy. The buyers need to get heavy aggressive sellers down here, and so far they're succeeding. So what we want now is a divergent wave up if you want to be a buyer. But note on the indicators. Oh, we're back to that prominent point of control again. On the indicators here, right? If I can get this, there we go. We went above it, but now everything's falling together. So on the 15-minute chart, this is not generally time you want to be participating out to the long side. You could be a short seller, you could be a seller, but you shouldn't be a buyer. And then here, same exact thing. See how this tagged? Then it came back to that area, and now they've all fallen below the zero line. So even by 52, we should have pretty much known, and then actually we had the sell signal up here too. So by 52 or so, we should have pretty much known that this was not going to reverse. It doesn't mean that you won't get an opportunity, but that's why I said once this one failed, right, and it got down here to 52, once it got down here, I knew that most likely any bounces would be sold until we get at least to low day or near low day. We did not have divergence here. That might have been one. And then we were way oversold on the volume oscillator, which is sometimes a good thing for buyers. But we did not have divergence on the MACD histogram, so that might be something I want to watch a little more closely when I'm looking for those deep, like, value buys, basically. Yeah, deep value. What we really want is this to have a nice push up and then come back down and roll over. Or not roll over, roll up. So what would be cool, there's an apex right here. So if we can get this to be the head and then we come back down and we get a shoulder to the right, that's our best opportunity for a buy. I'm not going to try to guess the low. That's what I'm saying. But I'm looking forward to seeing how these X's interact and how I can use those, which I'm going to do after the market. I'll take a little break. In fact, what I'll probably do is end the stream at the close and then take 15 minutes, get a snack, and then I'll come back and we'll look into it. And that way, if people just want to see the trading or if they just want to see the back testing, like if they're only interested in one or the other, they don't have to search through a video for 3.5 hours looking for it. Because no one wants to do that. So, all right, so back into this support zone. That support zone is built off of, I believe, this. Yeah. So if we unhide the studies, what you see here is that this one had an X. See that? Which means that if we get under it with volume, it's going to potentially squeeze down or liquidate, right? But we've been protecting it. Interestingly, every time with the blue, those are the ones that work. Look at that. This one came towards the red, didn't have a blue, failed. This one came towards the red, didn't have a blue, failed. This one got into the red, had a blue, got 2 bars. This one came into the red, had had a blue, got 3 or 4 bars. This one came into the red, didn't have a blue, failed. This one came in deep into the red, had a blue, and it took off. So could it be X at support? Well, definitely X with star is strong, but X at support and then blue bars on a pullback. I'm not sure how consistent that is either, but on this time frame, that seemed to work pretty darn well. So we had an X here that got beat. So you'd think that if it came back to this, that it would be a sell. So I'll mark that. It's really this whole thing. So maybe that includes this. But initially that X, that star down, X up worked, but then it just didn't work very long. Okay. And then star X does not work, but the blue with the star does. Okay. And then did we get volume under this, though? We did. So we got a bar with volume underneath the star X, and yet it immediately rejected and ripped. So maybe that's not as consistent as I thought it was. It might not be quite that simple. Oh, and then there's one up there too. Look at this. This one has an X on it. Right? Here, let me erase some of these lines. I don't need all these. I was just pointing it out at the moment, but I don't need all these here. I think it really depends on who is in control. Okay, so this X right here, it's low, got taken up by a purple bar, but no other bar, and they tried to save it, but they failed. See that? And then they got 2 bars underneath it, which you'd think would be pretty strong to the sell side. But then as soon as they show some aggression, it rips back up because they went back into another bar with an X. That's why. So it did fail here, but it went to a higher time frame, or it went down to the next one, and then that one held. Interesting. So again, so in this case, we had an X. It came back. It was an X into that area, and that did not work. But when it retraced into this area, it did. That's a little backwards than what I would expect. This one is how I would think it would work. Put the strong X in there, and then the retracement into that area gets bought. Or here, retracement into this area gets bought. So could it be that this one didn't work right away because there was no bullish volume here? Well, there was, but not till this bar. At the time that this X printed, we did not have bullish volume. Or did we? Maybe we did. Yet this one, on this bigger time frame, it appears if there's no trend that they might not be all that important. that's what I'm coming across. Like, look, these two are right next to each other. X down and then another bar and then X up, and neither one of them really produced an immediate push. And you have to leave the area before you actually get that big push, getting under it and then getting over it. And so now what would be interesting is if that area is still relevant. So could it be that once we have these back-to-back ones, that rejected and got under, that we might get this flip back up, but that eventually if we give that up now, then it's probably bearish is what my guess would be. Totally a guess. I don't know how it works, but I've seen that kind of a pattern before where you give it up, you test on the other side, and if you give it up again, it's over. So this one worked. You got behind it, clearly. Got behind this one. Did you go back to another one? I don't know. There's not one over here. So you got behind it with volume. Oh, you didn't. You only had pink bars and white bars. You didn't actually. Oh, right here. That one. Got behind this one. So you'd think it'd be bullish here. I would think it'd be bullish. They try with pink bars. They pull back through this. You get another X. lined up with this one. They push again. There's no one trapped up here. I don't think it's that bearish, you guys. There's no one trapped at the highs. We have to get back into this area. See, we got the lower high. We're just consolidating. We got the lower high in here. We may just be consolidating. But X's, trade under the X's, rip all the way through, come back into the X's zone, and they bounce again. Under the X's. This could rip all the way through. First test probably rejects. Does that still work? First test rejects, and then it bounces. Loses it, first test rejects. Loses it, first test rejects. Okay, maybe it's not that complicated. Oh, it's another X, nice. Okay, so volume is clearly down, right? And we get this X. If we beat that, you'd think it's bearish. I'd think it's bearish. Sorry, they're so loud. They're way lower than they are usual today. Or they're closer or something. So they're trying to get back into this neutral zone, which would be a good sign for the bulls. But look how these green outline bars keep getting beat, and this one's got an X. And so, although there's an X here on that red one on a higher time frame, and then we're coming back in and printing an X, they're trying to shift volume back up. But there's no sign of aggression to the upside. And you can see that when that happens, these X's can get immediately beat. But I think where you really want to sell is actually up here, back in their range. That's probably a sell. Let's see. It didn't work last time. Oh. We got one under and we got one over it. I think it's a sell.
Order filled.
We're going to take it. I think that's actually a sell. I'm going to put my stop pretty close here. I might be wrong about this. Right? Very small stop. I just want to see, does this now hold because we had an X that got beat and retraced? Does it hold? I'm just testing it. I could really care less about this account, you guys. I want to make that perfectly clear. I'm just experimenting. This is the only way I can learn. It's not real money in this case, right? I'm just getting the feel for if this is the test, if this is how that trade would feel. Right? We get an X, we trade under the X, we come back up, we've got dominant waves to the downside, we come back up into that X's zone and we reject it with aggression. And so this should be sold, you'd think. I don't know if it works in this tiny little time frame. But if it does, it'd be a really useful tool for getting out of trades that aren't working, if nothing else. Even if it only works 50% of the time, it might be a good tool for getting out of, for trailing stops. Even if it's not a reliable entry, it might be a reliable entry. And if it is, then I can get it with like 5 points and it's going to be really powerful. I don't know how far it's likely to go. But for now, I'm going to assume that it's kind of similar to a trend trade, like a momentum trade. And we're just going to do 8, 12, and let the other one run. But I don't know. They might not be bearish enough. This might just be some kind of consolidation, and it's the end of the day, so maybe not the best time to practice or to fool around with it, but I've seen this work earlier. I just don't know how often it works, and I definitely don't know how often it works in the smaller time frame, but I'm gonna try it because I only have a 5-point stop, so if I can get 8 and then 12 and then maybe 20, like that's great. That's a 4-to-1 risk reward. And like I said, if I would have thought that this was bullish and then I see this, I could actually exit the trade for like a small profit, or at least scratch it once I notice that there's actually an X in the way that we've already beat. If that's consistent. I don't know if it is. We're going to backtest it after the close. We're going to find out. We'll do the hard work so the team doesn't have to. Hey, look, it's working. I shouldn't say anything. It's bad luck. So it's so bearish trend. We have an X, and the way to think about this basically is there's a star to the other direction that mirrors it. Right? It's like sharing its space, and it's even better if it trades above it, and then it's sharing range with a star in the opposite direction, and that star is going in the direction of the trend, right? And specifically, this works, I think, when that X bar has been traded under with a bar other than a purple bar, right? So I wouldn't necessarily want to do it right away if this is a star, but if it goes down and then comes back and gives me a star on this time frame, I can probably short that too, I think. Now I don't know if it's going to break the low, but I'm pretty sure I can get 8 points. But I am shorting in the hole, realize, right? And I do have a divergent wave to the downside, which is a little scary. Come on. A little further. 8 point. Oh, I got 6. Go. Go, 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 go. Ah, there we go. Oh, there's a buyer with 13 contracts. Get him. Yeah. Oh, it missed me by a tick. Come on. Oh, it hurts.
Order canceled.
There we go. Okay. Third of my risk off. Great. I'll put another one at like 12 just to pad it a little bit, and then we'll leave one and see what happens. And all of a sudden I'll suddenly almost be back to break even if it actually goes somewhere. So, oh, I guess I did 15. You know what? Let's just target the low. Let's just do like 22, something like that. How about 18? Give me 18. Let's just dump this low, right? We'll just dump the low into the low a day, and I'll cover into the low a day. In here, I want to get covered. Thinking that they're going to break this, but they might not take out low a day. So that might be a pretty good trend trading fall. I don't know how far it usually works, and we are right into support, so... And it might work better to the short side than to the long side. All that stuff I don't know yet, right? We're gonna find out. But I've got supporting evidence on my trading view that we do not want to be buying. Whoa. It's not MOC yet. That's not what I want to see. Okay. No dominant wave. I'm just gonna hold it, but I've got a kind of tight stop. It would suck to take a loss here because I could have gotten out. I don't know how often this actually continues lower. No idea. That's an interesting pattern here with an X, star down, and then diamond up. If it's bullish, that usually runs, actually. I've seen that happen before. But I don't think it's bullish, so... But it's the end of the day, too, right? Like, we've got a lot of new participants who have not been doing anything. And they might just decide, you know what, I'm going to buy it into the numbers tomorrow. Like, that's a thing that people do. Degens will just buy it into the close because they're like, well, it's as low as I've seen it for a couple hours. I'll just buy everything. Ah. And then we're going to run into MOC. This is why I hate the close, man. Low of day. Low of day. Low of day. It's not a trap back in here. It did not quite trap underneath. It's a higher low with a volume anomaly. If it's bullish, this creates a run. So if this gets taken out, it's not bullish, and I'm leaving a trailer. It's not wrong to take that second third though on the way down. If you're afraid that this low is not going to get taken out now, which makes sense because of all this aggression, it's not wrong just to like take your profit at like 12 points, maybe, right? I'm not going to do it, but that makes sense to me. That's a really good signal when it's bearish. The red diamond with the yellow box, really strong. I can probably even move my stop down here to 43 at like break even practically. They really should not beat that, or at least not much further than that. I'll leave it at 45. It's not that big of a difference. I think mine's at 46. I'm not even going to look right now. Okay. Should this not get beat too? Because it's a purple with the arrow? No, I think you just hold it. I mean, I'm not wrong. We've got 2 minutes till MLC, at which point I'll probably have to take one of these off because I really don't want to get squeezed in case they just all buy it all of a sudden. But it could also go lower, right? But I don't want to get squeezed. So I'm watching the clock very closely. I'm approaching my target at 19. I moved it up a little bit. I just want to make sure I hit it before MLC. Oh, come on. There we go. Okay, I'm just. I took it right there a little bit early because I don't want to get hit by MLC and I don't want it. So now that we got under this little low and they kind of struggled on the dom, I went ahead and took one off. It's not wrong actually to take all of it there, especially in front of MLC, because that can create all sorts of havoc, right? And it's in moments from now. 28 seconds till MLC. And so I might just get like insta stopped by that last contract, but it could also just crush, right? So I'll leave the last contract just in case. There we go. Crush it. Yeah. Crush. More. Okay, there's the support. They're trying to bounce off that support. Oh, they got a star at the bottom. Star down at the bottom on this and star here. If they get over this, it's done. Right? So bears have to keep the aggression on for this to continue lower. But it's bearish until it's not. Ooh, that's got to go. Go. It's got to go lower right now. Yeah. I've got my finger on the trigger to take profits, you guys. I'm just waiting for any sign of real aggression to the upside, and I don't see any. As far as I can tell, they are giving up. This is a voodoo range level. It's not a bad place to take profits. If you're short with me, just get paid, please. Okay, that's under support, and then coming back up, they're trying to take that voodoo range level back. See that? So, not a bad place. Respectable spot if you want to take the gains. I'm aiming a little bit lower, but totally respectable to take it there. We are now under low of day, right? And they can totally spike it back up here. I want a little capitulation personally. I'd like to see it capitulate. But it might not. It doesn't have to happen. I also kind of like buying calls here on a longer time frame. Okay. They're probably going to spike it here, so I should probably just exit. Pink bar. I'll give it one more. Nice. Beat that green bar, and we are good to target. Let's get another 30 points. Flush it. Flush. Nice. Okay. That should not be broken. I can now trail my stop. That feels great, right? So my stop is going above that bar, and we are happy to let it go. And I will win no matter what. Okay? That's the important part. Bank and just trail. I've already gotten 2 contracts off, right? This is just my runners. And I'm totally cool if it comes back up and takes me out. No big deal. If they want to do it, they will. But this guy is a big, big player pushing at the lows. If he gets trapped, it's going to squeeze, right? So we're going to watch that. Otherwise, we're just going to let the... Oh, they're trying to squeeze him. Emphasis on the word trying. Trying to take back that low. Totally cool if you want to exit. Right? That's not wrong. I've just got a vision for a little bit of a bigger move. But I might be wrong, right? In which case, I will still make money. So recognize if you're not in that situation, don't follow me just because I'm doing it. I was wrong earlier about holding, right? Like I gave back 20 points earlier. So realize that happens to everyone. But I traded this with full size. It's just an evaluation because I already made my target on the other account, but still. Like any time now is totally fine to cover if you want. It's right off the LVN there, the orange. Totally makes sense to cover here. I want to get to the back of that zone. See what they got down there. I don't think they got a lot, personally. I think they're going to let this go a little bit. Like, everyone's freaked out. They didn't expect this. I didn't expect it. Right? And so, let them play with it. Oh, they might get me. They're trying to sweep those stops. They're going lower. I'm not touching this. They are going lower. Look at that. They might try one more time, and then this should just tank. I seriously want to add on this pullback, you guys. I'm not going to do it. It's just... Shorting can kind of make you a little bonkers. But if they can just keep up the aggression here, it could go another 30 points. It might not. In which case, I still get paid, keep in mind. Right? I already got paid. And this is my trail is in profit. But I'm just gonna let this go, and just in case they just want to absolutely tank this, because the potential's there. It is sitting right at the voodoo range level, so if they save this, it could squeeze. I just don't think they're gonna save it. I should say I think there's a chance that they might not. And I want that runner to pay me big if it doesn't, and pay me small if it does, right? So from my point of view, I'll just let it keep going. 4 minutes till close. That's the only thing, is there's only 4 minutes till close. So if it wasn't for that, it's, you know, things would change. But the fact this is the close, there's lots of people that need to make a decision here. So they got to keep up the pressure though, otherwise this is not going to work. Eventually the shorts that got in at the end of the day also need to cover, so keep that in mind. If they stall, it's probably over. Darn. X. That's an X star. But there's no bullish dominance. Get under that and it is over, is my guess. Almost got my stop. It's a trailed stop. I haven't gotten it yet. I'm giving it a little bit of extra room in case they want to F with people. I'm not going to put it right above that high. Let them sweep, and then hopefully they won't sting me. I just want to see them flush, because I don't think anybody expected that earlier, and now everyone's afraid of it. I could be wrong. What's the level here? 26, yeah, okay. Crush. There's some, see that little box? That's a lot of volume compared to average. That's beyond my volume threshold of what I watch for. So if those guys defend, it's going to go down fast. If they retake them, they're going to get trapped. Probably going to lose. Wow, that was close. Take that back. They got to take that box back. That little rectangle. They got to get under that. And then we have a chance for a big flush. I want like another 30 points, man. I'm not effing around. Like, I literally want this to be like a 50-point trade if this is going to win. Ugh.
Order canceled.
They got it. That's too bad. Okay, well, that's okay. Still made $700. Totally cool with that. Look at it squeeze. Okay, so here's the plan. I'm going to grab something to eat, break my fast. Oh shit, I'm sorry, guys. Was that off the screen the whole time? My apologies if you couldn't see that. That's annoying. Sorry about that. Okay, I'm going to break my fast. I'm gonna take a little break, say hi to the fam, and then I'm gonna come back and do some back testing on that new signal. And I want to see if I can figure out something that is relatively consistent, just by looking at previous examples and on different time frames. So if anybody's interested in that, watch my Twitter for the new link. I don't rather than just taking like a pause, I'm going to end this recording in case people are only interested in the trading part. They don't want to see the back test. They just want to see the results of the back test. That's cool. But if you're interested in how to back test and how to analyze things and how I figure out whether or not a signal is even worth putting into the spreadsheet and start taking real metrics on it, I will show you. And that's coming up in probably about 15 to 20 minutes. So I will see you all soon, and thanks for tuning in. Remember to follow me at Red Band Trader, and if you want to know more about algorithmic trading and how we use it to be better systematic discretionary traders, you can email my coach Simon at trade, the letter N, the word perform, at gmail.com. Might be able to get a 5-day free pass into our paid trading room if there's spots. You'll at least get on the waiting list. So yeah, hope to see you guys soon, and